We must work with our universities here in our backyard, Purdue, IU, Ivy Tech, who produce some of the country's best research in electronic warfare, cybersecurity, AI/ML, and a workforce certified and trained, hands-on, ready to work on our critical infrastructures. Not only here at NSWC Crane, but our Fort Wayne manufacturers, AFRL in Ohio, Ground Vehicle Systems Center in Michigan, our finance and accounting information at DFAS in Indianapolis, our health systems throughout the state, and anywhere else that holds our critical infrastructure. To our government customers, state, local, federal, cybersecurity plays a role in all of the priority areas, especially here at NSWC Crane. Trusted microelectronics, hypersonics, advanced concepts, additive manufacturing, AI/ML. We must work together with offices like the Crane Technology Office, bringing together commercial IP and government technology, working on tech transfers both to strengthen our commercial industries and bring our new technologies to our government that are seeing success on the outside in the commercial world. Be innovative. Commercial companies and government technologies, if possible, should be focusing on combining those two areas, those said technologies into both worlds. To our nonprofit organizations, our local economic development organizations, IN3, Radius, working together, putting on events, educating companies on defense work, and bringing more companies to our area that can solve these problems. Our OTA consortiums, NSTXL, specifically the SMARTS OTA, led by the fabulous Brooke Pine and her team, work faster. Cyber threats do not need any help by long, drawn-out, far-based contract work. While that work is necessary, and those contracts are necessary, OTAs allow the DoD to carry out certain types of prototypes, research and production projects, and the flexibility necessary to adopt best business practices that reflect the speed of commercial industry and best practices. They solve problems quickly. To our industry, our large primes, thank you. Here in the Midwest, our non-traditional small businesses have fantastic relationships with our large primes. We need to keep those relationships growing and fostering. Mentor-protege programs, joint ventures, sponsoring clearances, etc., all play a major role in securing our cyber landscape. You give hope to our small businesses who otherwise may never find their way through all that bureaucratic red tape. You are our workhorses, and you drive that plow forward. To our non-traditionals, our smalls, our set-asides, near and dear to my heart. You're agile, adaptive, and hungry to grow. You bring commercial speed and the ability to pivot on a dime to a very large and daunting world of government, healthcare, and academia. Keep pushing, working, and collaborating with academia, your federal, state, and local governments, nonprofit organizations, and bring your ideas to offices like the Crane Technology Office and those federal laboratories that they work with. Keep training your personnel on amazing cyber hygiene. Don't inlay proper cyber policies because CMMC says so. Inlay those proper cyber policies because it's the secure way to run a small business in 2021. Back up your data offsite in a secure location. It's easy. So with that, I told you all I'd end with a quote from The Matrix as well. So Morpheus, played by the great Lawrence Fishburne, says to Neo, there is a difference between knowing the path and walking the path. Well, how does this apply to cyber? Well, we can talk about cyber hygiene and practices and the technically correct thing to do, or we can focus on actually doing it. All of us must educate our employees on external and internal cyber threats, teach STEM and cyber at the high school and maybe younger levels, bring new and innovative technologies to the table, commercially and governmentally. Take those smaller companies under our wings and help technologies quickly secure our most precious government priorities. And as corny as it is, with all the technology and all the cool stuff and all the smart, technology going into this, all the automation, it's going to take the most important pieces of this entire cybersecurity puzzle to not only maintain our current cyber stance, but to move faster, more secure, and grow it. And that's all of you. So thank you. You good? With that, we have a short video produced by TechSolve of Ohio MEP about a manufacturing business and their cybersecurity incident. Cool. Great video. Gene, thanks for sending that, getting it set up, as always. With that, I'm going to thank our sponsors, as without them, along with this great event, we would not be all here today having great food, great beverages. So at the attacker level, we have CACI or CACI and the Maryland Innovation and Security Institute. At the Fisher level, we have Smithville Fiber, TriStar, 1150 Academy, Resource Management Concepts, and the Sterling Group. Special thanks to Schnitzelbank for food throughout the day. And a special shout out, because I love beer, to NSTXL and Smarts for sponsoring and supporting the delicious Switchyard Brewing Company beer for a happy hour tonight. And now someone who actually knows what they're talking about with cyber, Dr. Rogers.
Better, worse, doesn't make it. Okay. So we'll basically have lots of time for Q&A. Because I think that is, having been on panels, I think it's important that we get some questions of the audience for this distinguished panel. There's lots of things to talk about. Quick introduction. This is how we'll do it. So everybody will get about 3 to 5 minutes to answer the question, probably 5 more if you really need it. So just, quickly introduce yourself, where you're from, and then, like I said, we'll start off with that question. Quick introduction for myself. My name is Mark Rogers, and I'm the Assistant Dean for Cybersecurity Initiatives at Purdue University and the Purdue Polytechnic Institute. I'm a professor, and I'm also the Executive Director of the Purdue Cyber Apprenticeship Program, which is under the Department of Labor. It's a national apprenticeship program, and it focuses on apprenticeships in cybersecurity. I think I know about half the panel here. I've had the privilege of either working with them or having them as partners, and especially on our apprenticeship program with Vincennes. And we have been part of cyber education at Purdue, and especially cybersecurity now for, at least 20 years, if not longer. So we've kind of fought the fight and have dealt with some of the issues that I think you're all dealing with. So let's get this started. So I guess we'll kind of go this way. So the first question is, put this down for 1 second. That's a real easy question. Like I said, it's nice for me to be on this side of the mic for a change instead of sitting over there. So I thought I'd give them a real simple question to start the day. The question is, what do you see as issues or barriers within cybersecurity education today?
Can you hear me now? Okay. Well, I'll start by introducing myself. Okay. My name is Carrie McMullan, and I am the person on the panel representing the job seeker and recent graduate out of the Masters of Cybersecurity and Risk Management program from Indiana University in Bloomington. So my background is designed to be the job seeker person on the market, but then also someone with recent experience in cybersecurity education. So I did recently graduate from Indiana University in Bloomington. I also took 3 courses from Purdue Global in cybersecurity as well, prior to transferring to IU. So sorry. My background prior to that was I spent almost 25 years in industry, worked for Lockheed Martin for 20 years, and I'm an IT program manager, project manager. So I have background in doing some cybersecurity projects, but I decided to pivot a little bit and focus on actually getting my master's and pursuing certifications. The reason I did that was I found that as a program manager, I was working all the time and I couldn't actually find time to get my master's. So I would say the question was challenges, issues related to cybersecurity education and barriers. Obviously for me, one of the barriers was time. It's probably something that resonates with everyone. Another barrier would be really the GRE, GMAT barrier going back to school. I found I'd rather study for things like the CISSP or certifications rather than, in my opinion, waste time on studying for the GRE, GMAT. So I would say that's 2 areas where at least IU and Purdue Global do well, because they worked with me and they make it possible and accessible for people who are working to go back and get graduate degrees and expertise in cybersecurity. Other barriers and issues I would just note is the field of cybersecurity, as you all probably know, is quite wide. IU has 3 parts to their coursework. It's the Luddy School for Computer Science, the Kelly School for the business component, and then there's the law component as well. So it's a great program in that cybersecurity, with its breadth and depth, you can really get that at IU. But there's not quite enough time to get into, in my opinion, what everyone perceives as a cybersecurity graduate. Immediately, you are the person who can come in and pen test everything, right? And that's not necessarily the case, because there's so much in this field. So when you go and you look for jobs as a job seeker, they're immediately, it doesn't matter what the job is, they're looking for a CISSP, and they're looking for some experience in pen testing and in technical depth. But I think the masters and the programs that I participated in are more heavily focused on the GRC component. So that's just something that I would note as a barrier. The other issue I would note before I pass on the mic is that sometimes it's very difficult to get from where the average person is to a person who knows Linux really well or Unix. So one challenge I would toss to the education programs is finding a way to take a person who's coming in and wants to get that depth and be able to start and rapidly go from, okay, I've done some Unix or Linux, but I am not going to be a person who can code the matrix tomorrow. So we've got to be able to take you from here to, or from here to here, and build up and kind of meet those perceptions.
Thank you very much. All right. And Jackie's turn.
Yes, so good morning, everyone. My name is Jackie Letterman. I am the department chair and professor for Vincent University. So I will be answering the question from a academia sort of approach. So in higher education, one of the challenges we have is actually finding credentialed instructors to teach our courses. And I don't mean qualified. There are a lot of qualified individuals that are out there that most definitely have the skills, but actually, going through and getting them credentialed in higher education and keeping up with all the certifications and things that go along with that. With that being said, I am a believer in credentials, because that is a way that we ensure quality, which is super important in higher education. The other thing that is a challenge is keeping up with the ever-changing landscape of cybersecurity and motivating professors to continually professionally develop themselves, going back to school, as well as teaching school, to keep up with the skills that they need to that are out there. And then accreditation requirements. So we just went through the NSA accreditation for Center for Academic Excellence. That was a lot of work. It was super good. I'm glad that we did it. And I can stand here and tell you that we have a awesome cybersecurity degree program that is mapped the way that it should be. And we're producing graduates that can go out and absolutely fulfill the job roles that are aligned to the NIST framework. But again, it's a lot of work. So that takes a commitment from resources from the university of time and budget. And a lot of focus has to go in and commitment to make that happen. And then lastly, as I thought about this question, as educators, we have to shift the cybersecurity education from being a standalone program to something that is integrated into every single degree program. We require students to take English composition and speech because we want them to be effective communicators. Well, we need to do the same thing with cybersecurity. Every degree program should have some element of cybersecurity in it so that they can go out into the workforce and be effective in cybersecurity. Most of you have heard of CS for All, that's computer science, and the impact that that has had in our state and other states across the nation. Hashtag CS for All. I'm a big supporter of that and participate in events to go out and promote that and create awareness every year. And I feel like we need to do the same thing and turn that computer science also into cybersecurity for all and make that happen.
I think this works. Can you hear me? Yep. Thank you for that, because I agree with you. CS for all is. Can't hear me?
There you go.
Okay. Gotta get closer to my mouth. My wife says I talk too loud, but apparently I don't. I was just saying that I appreciate Jackie's response that CS for all is a very beneficial program. My name's George Bailey. I was a trained high school educator, but I've spent, other than a year of my career, I haven't spent any time in a high school. And the reason that is because the CS curriculum back in the early 90s, when I graduated from Purdue, wasn't where I wanted it to be. You know, I was a strong privacy advocate. I was what probably would have been information security enthusiast back in the day before cybersecurity was coined. And the computer science education at the high school level was not where it needed to be. Frankly, I had just graduated from a 4-year bachelor of science in computer science. I didn't think it was where it needed to be. So I appreciate that. It's come a long way. We have a long way to go. And if we can get everybody exposure to the basic cybersecurity, hygiene, right? Regardless of what you major in, you're going to be an employee somewhere. And that organization is going to have intellectual property. They're going to have client data. They're going to have PII. They're going to have something that needs to be protected. So we certainly need to get everyone on the same page. So on the panel today, I am speaking from a talent acquisition perspective. I wear multiple hats at the university. I'm a technical trainer. I teach cyber concepts. I'm a professional consultant. I go around the state helping small businesses improve their cyber posture, but I hire cyber professionals. I'd love to hire more. They're just not available, right? So if you're here from a small business and you're needing cyber assistance, look to CyberTAP, because we've got people that can come and help you. But challenges and barriers to education, I see lots of them. One of the challenges is getting more programs accessible to students. And that problem is kind of solving itself. But as Jackie said, there's just not enough credentialed instructors. You know, if you want to go work for the teaching university and you want to do good with students, what the trade-off is, I'm not going to be a CISO somewhere. I'm not going to be a crazy geeky technical role somewhere, you know, making, you know, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars exploring and innovating new cyber products, but you will be developing the next generation of those folks developing those cool products. So one of the challenges is certainly getting people interested in cyber education. Cybersecurity is such a vast domain that as a talent acquisition, I see people applying for my jobs and they've got a nice pedigree on paper, right? They've got a degree, maybe not cyber, but they're coming from a STEM background, IT, computer science, math, physics even. great analytical minds, but as we've heard, maybe they're not Linux gurus. And the fact of the matter is there are certain skill sets that certain cyber roles you absolutely have to have. And unless you're going to find yourself in a GRC role where you're working with people, process, and improving those aspects of cybersecurity, small businesses, they need to know that the cyber role that they hire or they outsource to is capable of a large gamut. And what I find as a talent acquisition person is that students graduating from your typical 4-year college program, they can talk the talk, right? They know what the CIA triad is, right? They know confidentiality, they know integrity, they know availability. But when I ask them to show me what that means, how do you implement confidentiality? How do you enforce integrity? How do you ensure availability? Not just talk about it, but do it. That's where things start to break down, right? So I think we need to add more experiential learning, more capture the flags, more hands-on exposure. And for a lot of cyber programs, this is hard because the facilities in order to do safe cybersecurity computing, they're expensive. And not a lot of programs have the opportunity to go out and buy a cyber range or to outfit the lab with large virtualization technology so they can do cyber security safely in the classroom. I think another challenge, and maybe it's a barrier that I see as a talent acquisition person, is that although credentials are great, and I have plenty of them, and what they tell me as a young professional is that they're dedicated to the profession because they're difficult to get, they're expensive to maintain. So that tells me that you've dedicated yourself to the profession of being a cybersecurity professional. That does not tell me you can walk the walk, right? It tells me you can talk the talk. And it's surprising how many young professionals who've just got out of college, maybe they have a Security Plus, or maybe they have a CCSP, so the entry-level cybersecurity certifications that all employers want, because that helps them weed through the pile of resumes that they have to try to find these qualified candidates. Again, when I put someone in front of a keyboard and I say, I don't need you to write it, but can you browse to me where you might change the group policy object to set a screensaver to 15 minutes? And the cyber folks have a hard time. The traditional IT track folks, boom, they're right on it. Because those folks spend a lot of time in operating systems. They spend a lot of time in networks. They get technology. Because we are trying to create cyber superheroes, we end up watering down their experience. At least that's what I see as an talent acquisition person. The reality is, as someone hiring cyber professionals, I would much rather have someone who's got a couple of years of help desk experience, who's a fantastic problem solver, and is willing to get their hands dirty. I can teach everything else. They can go out and get certifications on their own. Okay. So I'll pass it on, Rock, because I can go on forever.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Can you guys hear me? Hello, testing.
You're holding together like this, it helps.
Oh, I don't want to do that. All right, is that better?
Yes, yes.
My name is David Witt. I am the Senior Cybersecurity Director at 1150 Academy. It's hard to go after you guys because I'm more interested in what you guys have to say. And it's really interesting. So we take people from all walks of life and teach them cybersecurity. And we're a boot camp. And one of our biggest problems is really just trying to get everybody job ready in the short amount of time. Catch 22, I think everybody here can agree. Everybody wants, especially entry level, they want experience. But how do you get experience if you don't get a job first, right? We do that through certifications, obviously, get through HR, which you've mentioned. And then we have a cyber bit range, which we'll show off today around, I think it's 10:40, if I don't get in trouble for saying that. That I'd love you guys to come check out. But that's how we get the hands-on experience. That's how we get the, hey, come check a group policy out and all that. And I won't take too much time, but another problem is troubleshooting. How do you get them to troubleshoot? How do you get students to troubleshoot? That's really, how do you teach that? It's very, very difficult. And that's where the experience comes in. And we try to, as much labs as possible, we try to teach in different aspects. We don't want to just throw a book at the students and say, hey, learn this. We want to, if I teach about a firewall, we're going to jump on a firewall. We're going to set some rules. We're going to get that going. Some real hands-on. Certifications get through HR, but eventually you're going to hit a tech recruiter that's going to hit you with some real hard questions. And we want our students ready for those questions. And we have a really great service. Our career services will like give mock interviews and everything, get them prepped up and everything, which really helps out a lot. So really just trying to stay on the tip of technology, which is hard for education. You always have to move. You want to teach legacy equipment, but all the same time, Windows 11 is coming out. How are we going to teach that, right? So that's really one of the hardest things as well. But it's really all I have.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right.
I am Craig West. I'm Director of Cyber for Mantech, and it is a tough crowd to follow because there's a lot of things here that we're all looking at. Now, from my perspective, we're in the DoD realm, and a lot of our requirements are customer driven. There's a baseline, typically starts at Security Plus and then goes up from there. What we're starting to do is have to step out of that realm. There's not enough Security Plus people out there. Right now, I've got a really diverse young cyber team in one group. I've got a gentleman that graduated from the boot camp at CyberTAP. I've got an incoming gentleman that's in your program. I've got a graduate from IU. She came in last year. And I've got another young man that came to us as a mechanical engineer that is head and shoulders above the rest of the cyber team. So that is where we're starting to look outside the box. We're looking for that capability personality. And then can we get them that baseline certification to meet that customer obligation? Because you can teach cyber if the person is going to be dedicated to it. And some people don't get it. And what I have found to be very successful is to bring in these students that come from the college or they come from the boot camps, because they obviously are going to lean toward and have a stronger skill set in some avenue of cyber. Expose them to everything, and then look at not only what they did well, but what they had the greater interest in. And can you get those two things paired up so that you can begin to build that person into a cyber role? When it comes to the hurdles with education, by the time I get these students, they don't really have skill sets that apply to what we're doing. It's not that we're necessarily, so we do have a couple teams. I've got a cyber innovation team. That group has to be creative. They have to be willing to put on their unicorn hat and do different things. Then I've got technical teams. I've got operations teams. That's my people that can sit down and do group policy and things. But what you can't do is I can't go to my technical team and get any help with technical writing because they can't do it. I can't send them to a conference to where we want to recruit and things because they can't interact. So it's a very tough balance. And for the schools and the facilities to try and get those skill sets and create these rounded applicants is very difficult because we present a moving target. We're driven by the customer. And I think one of the things that I'm sitting up here learning is that there's 2 or 3 people on the stage that I can now go to and say, I think I can help you help me because I can give you an idea of what I need. And maybe that helps change curriculum things because the needs are not always on the leading edge cuts. So it's not that we need to keep changing and certifying curriculum, but instead of watering down the curriculum, we need to direct it and focus it on those skills that are going to make them that rounded cyber person so that they can become documentation or technical or a SME of some type. You don't get many jacks of all trades. And as we move into microcomputing and AI machine learning and things like that, these things now have to integrate. And integration is not necessarily easy. That's why you have the unicorn group. So that's where industry is going to have to go back to the educators and say, these are the skill sets that we see on the horizon. These are our thrust areas. These are the focus areas. How can we better align so that when you're bringing people into your pipeline, that they leave, they become successful in the workforce, they get through the HR wickets, and they feel like there's value in the education that they've brought to the group.
Thank you. And great answers, everybody. You know, having been in this field for 30 years myself, you know, and the whole idea about that industry academic partnership, I think is more important now than probably ever before. As you said, moving targets, this is such an operational applied. This is something that we always struggle with our theoretical programs. We want to teach them the theory. We want to give them the hands-on. We want to get them to basically do the internships all within 120 credit hours. And that becomes a real kind of balancing act. It's a game of subtraction, not addition, right? For everything you add, you have to subtract something. So getting that input from industry, getting that input from the students saying, okay, we can't teach you everything. So what's going to be important the next 5 years out? If, you know, if we can actually predict that, especially in technology, that's real easy to do, right? What's going to be happening in 5 years? Right. If we knew that, we wouldn't be sitting on this panel. We'd be flying around in our private jets, I think. So we've got quite a bit of time for some Q&A. If everybody's going to, you know, if you jump right in, we'll get going. If people are a little quiet, I've got a really nice soft follow-up question. They don't want me to ask it, by the way. So they'd rather ask, you know, have you guys ask them questions because they know what's coming. So whoop, my time's up. No. So let's open it up to the floor. So questions for the panel. You know, just, you know, put your hand up and we'll, you know, direct the mic to anybody in the panel that wants to take a crack at answering the question here. So yes.
Yeah, I've got a question for you. So obviously it's impossible for a student to be taught every single skill we could possibly expect entering the workforce. So are there ways as employers that we can provide the optimal soft entry point for new employees such that maybe we have an internal pipeline where they can pick up the winning skills or some of the other skills such that we aren't asking our educators to, you know, have 30 years of Rust programming experience and you know, proving the whole thing problem or something.
Good question. Who wants to, George?
I think the first, well, there's several things that come to my mind immediately. One would be support an intern, right? Get that student in your facilities early. We're talking summer, freshman year. And maybe they're just running coffee, right? Typical intern, non-knowledge contributor to the organization. But the mindset, right? If this person is a cyber student and they want to find themselves in a cyber role, they need to start to formulate that zero trust mindset. Because particularly at your facility, Nathan, where there's, you know, you've got commercial off-the-shelf technology, but you also have very innovative, you know, military grade systems. And they need to understand that you plug it in, you power it on, it might be vulnerable to at some point. And if they just take it for granted that, oh, Microsoft produced this, it's safe. Well, we're not training them early enough. So internships, mentors. If you have an opportunity, if you have the capacity to take a young professional under your wing, mentor them because they need that exposure. They need that networking. Have them, you know, bring your daughter to work day, bring your cyber student to work day. It's kind of tongue in cheek, but seriously, the more exposure they get to the environment and the problems that you're dealing with and the use cases, they could take that back and maybe it's a senior project for them at some level. So just getting real world exposure to problems early on in their education.
Yeah, I would agree with all of that. In our degree programs, especially the bachelor's degree program at VU, we do have internship class because we know that's super important. So they are getting class credit for that. And, you know, I worked in the IT industry for over 20 years. And I hate to admit it, but I can teach students in the classroom all day long for, you know, 16 weeks. but 1 week probably out working as an intern, it's all going to hit them. And it's going to be like, wow, it's all going to come together. So it's hard. It's just invaluable for them to go out and actually experience the world and how it works out there. So I think having an internship program is a super important way and a good way to create that pathway.
We try to have, we go to our partners a lot too. And I try to get, for anybody, like, I'm probably going to quiz this guy because he hired one of our people. And I want to get, as much feedback as from them as possible. And that comes to tools too. Like, what tools are you guys using out there so that we can integrate that into our classroom? We are very lucky to be able to move as quick as we can to bring that in. And the student's going to get something out of that as well. So.
You're with him. Do you want to talk about from the student experience?
So the question from your perspective is what you as employers can do to help the transition be?
Transition from the classroom to the real world.
Gosh. So in my background, I learn quickly, and I found the people in technology and in IT, and when you bring them in, what you're really looking for is people who can adapt well, who can problem solve, and who can think quickly. So all you really need is some sort of a determination tool that can look at a student and say, can you learn quickly? Okay, then plop them in. Which doesn't really exist. Maybe there's some sort of, working with what you're doing over there, where you kind of go through something that gives them evidence that they're able to pivot from the classroom to real life. I think there's a fear factor on the part of cybersecurity students that they're just not equipped. They're scared that all of a sudden, somebody's going to get hacked and then they're going to be turned to solve the world's problems in a minute when they're just coming out of a program. So I'm not sure how to answer your question. Unfortunately, I'm sort of in your boat. And that's a challenge as a person who's a job seeker as well, because I find it, really challenging to convey the fact that, okay, we don't know what's going to be there in 5 years. We don't know what's going to be there in 5 minutes, but I've picked up everything from virtualization to cloud computing to learning about AI. I can figure out what's coming next because I've had that background, but there's a leap of faith there. And I'm not answering your question very well.
Actually, I think you answered it very well. I won't take up any more time talking about the apprenticeship program, but that's something that's a little bit new that is actually something that might help with that is the federal cybersecurity apprenticeship program, where you actually get to bring somebody in at a lower risk than you would with a regular hire. And it's basically earn and learn. So the student itself doesn't have to, it's kind of like an advanced onboarding over a 16-week or a 6-month period where you get to do that skill up, that transition from the world of being a student in the labs and having all that to, okay, now you go fix it, you're on your own, good luck with that. And then in between, did you have follow-ups?
So I do. So I agree. The intern is awesome. But here's what hit us this last year. I had 3 intern positions, but by company policy, they all had to be remote. How do I benefit this person? It is very difficult to get a person involved that's never been involved, that doesn't have the skill set. So not only is it difficult for us as the employer to make this person feel like they're part of the team, feel like they are contributing, but a lot of the times the reason I stepped away from it was because the interns were so frustrated because they're kind of out there on an island, and it's nearly impossible because of this policy with COVID to get them in there. They're not able to sit there and touch keys and ask questions. They're at home trying to be involved in something that they've never even laid eyes on. So as much as I love the intern, until that kind of comes back full circle, it makes it more difficult to get them in the building, because they do bring back the feedback to their instructors and to their counselors. And they're like, hey, I spent 2 weeks over there working, and everything I looked at, I'd never seen before. So you're not getting that back as well, or you're getting a distorted view of it. So 100%, if you figure it out, let me know.
Great answers. Any other questions? We still have quite a bit on. Yes, go ahead.
Actually have a comment. I'm a former adjunct teacher at the Emcee as a second job. What I found, because my daughter is in the cybersecurity program here, is the lack of actual technical experience by professors, and I know you're having trouble getting educators in, but they can teach the book work, but it doesn't apply to the real world. It really doesn't, and they can't correlate that in any way, shape, or fashion. I would reach out to all the educators, start a public speaker event or some kind of mentorship, and have someone from industry come in once a week, once a semester, and tell the students, this is how it runs out in the real world. When I was teaching, I had a lot of non-traditional students, didn't have a clue about PCs, basic PC concepts. So I brought in my own personal computers, we tore it apart and started explaining. They learned more in that one session than they did the entire semester out of the book. I will also point out, I'm also on the 4-H board of directors. Indiana 4-H is shifting their direction a bit, not being so must complete a project. They are looking at STEM opportunities. So as educators start reaching out to the branch clubs, they are looking for opportunities to grow, younger students, and that gives you, a head start into recruiting students as well. So just a little tidbit of information.
And I'm going to turn that into a really good question as a follow-up to that, because I've been in that position of having to hire faculty, and it's the unicorns out there. How do you get somebody that's got a master's or a PhD and the technical knowledge and convince them, take about a 50% cut in pay and come teach, because it's really good for the economy. It's really good for society. Somehow that doesn't quite get everybody in the door. So I'm going to that'll be the question. How do you convince people that have both the academic and the technical credentials to come back into academia to actually allow this, the hands-on, the practical, the real world skills to be basically translated into the classroom?
Right. And I will tell you, I don't have an answer or a great answer for that. Sometimes you recruit people that you used to work with out in industry to come on board, and, you have to have a servant's heart to be able to do that and want to do it for the right reasons. And it has to be in the right time of your life cycle of events to make that work out for you. But it is very difficult. And, it's the hands-on learning is a key component of what we do here. So I encourage everyone to stop over at our table afterwards, and you'll see some students. They've brought a couple things. One's called the RAT, and the other one's called the vCloud that they have set up themselves in our very own data center that runs off the grid from the university, because they would be crazy to let us do it on their to them. Lessons learned to them. So but it's a lot of work to keep those components going. So what you do is you take a role in academia, and then you have to be really careful, because then that role turns into your old role where you're, waking up to your BlackBerry or iPhone going off because you're on call 24/7, because now you've set up a production environment that people are responsible for, and it has to be up and running. So it's a very slippery slope, and it's one that we just continually navigate. So that was more than what you wanted, but that's.
So
I'm just going to ask, what's a BlackBerry again? Oh.
So I have a weird answer to the question on the panel, I guess. So my husband is a professor at Indiana University in entrepreneurship, and then also just coming through the program that I just came through. I will say that the process to hire people into academia is very different than the process to hire people into industry. And those who think that they can only get jobs in industry have no idea how to find jobs that you're talking about. And it may very well be appealing because it is a giving back activity. It's also just a lot of the people that I saw, I mean, there's a wide range of people taking graduate classes, all ages, from those right out of undergrad to people like me who've worked for 20 years. And they are looking for a wide variety of opportunities. So I know 3 people who are interested in doing what you're talking about who just came out of the IU program. In fact, we met with one of the professors there, Scott Shackelford, and said, how do you get jobs in academia with a master's in cybersecurity? Are there jobs? They have no idea. So, so there's some opportunities there. People do not know how to find them.
Excellent point. And George, I know that you guys have done a really good job of, I think, kind of balancing that with the experience, the credentialing, and some of the, the academic background. So maybe you want to talk a little bit what you guys have done.
Sure. So at CyberTAP, as part of Purdue's technical assistance program, we've been around, or TAP's been around for 35, 36 years. And we do small business assistance for any tax-paying business in Indiana. Well, about 10 years ago, 11 years ago, right, this thing called cybersecurity started waving its ugly head in Indiana, and businesses said, hey, we need help with this. Can Purdue help? Well, certainly we can. We didn't really have a formal offering back then. Now we do. We've been doing it for about 11 years. And for about 3 years, we've been providing professional education, right? Think of that retooling, reskilling. So maybe you've got a really great DBA. They maintain your ERP system, but that thing's tuned, it's humming. You want to maybe repurpose that person, right? They don't have time to go back for a degree. So there are lots of different training programs. I'm speaking later today about training the workforce. I don't mention CyberTAP, it's not a sales pitch, but if that is something that is interesting, there are programs out there like us in every state, online, hybrid, in person, all kinds of things. I do want to comment on why it's difficult for higher education to acquire, qualified candidates. I don't know if you've ever seen a posting for a professor at a major institution. If you take Purdue I'll throw Purdue under the bus. We're an R1 institution, so most faculty are required to do some sort of research. Right? They have to have a research agenda. So if you're graduating with a master's, even with a PhD, and you've done some academic research in order to get through your degree program, you may not yet have a research agenda. You may not know what part of the ocean you want to boil down to become your own. Well, you're going to have to articulate that as a new faculty member, and they want publications. They want you have to be able to show that you've developed new knowledge. And so, I've worked for higher ed for most of my career. And I walked up to my prelims as a PhD candidate, and that's where I stopped. Because I love teaching, but I'm not a researcher. My heart's not in it. And I was going to have to spend another 1.5 years after prelims under dissertation being pulled and dragged the whole way. So I think there's lots of great teaching universities that don't require education, but most educations require a PhD in a terminal discipline like cybersecurity. But there aren't a lot of PhD cybersecurity programs, in my opinion, that get you ready to teach the next generation. If you look at the NSA Center for Academic Excellence, there's like 74 research. There's like 100 and so education to defense. If those PhDs aren't coming out of those programs, they're probably not ready to teach, in my opinion.
We're lucky to teach entry level, so we don't have to, and be in boot camp. We don't have to, do what you guys have to. I can talk to you about labs. I can talk to you about labs and hands-on experience. We are really lucky to live in the age that we do. There are a lot of great third-party resources out there that we can take advantage of. If anybody's interested, please stop by the booth. We can talk about them, give you guys some great resources. Honestly, we have the problem of too many resources and trying to figure the right one, to be honest with you. How do you get those hands on? And it is a problem. It's a problem. When I was going to school a long time ago, it was just all concepts and lecture, and it wasn't enough hands-on. And that's where we try to fix that with a lot of third party and a lot of labs, which I think are extremely important. So I'm with you on that 100%. I want to have him get into it. So I'd like to ask him how his training process goes and how they do it there. It's all right.
Sure. So obviously, when you get a new hire in, they could be a seasoned veteran, they could be new, but typically when they're coming in, 99% of the time, they've never been exposed to the work you're doing. I'll say it 100 times when I'm interviewing a person for a job that potentially you've never seen what we're doing. You've never seen how we're applying principles or what we're doing. So don't let that part cause you any fear in coming in the door. With that being said, we're not big handholders. We're pretty much a high-speed, low-drag team. So when you come in the door, we immerse you into what we're doing. And once we find where you're going to be the most successful, we then sit down and develop a training around you. There are a lot of resources, whether I send you back to a boot camp or an academy, or I spend time mentoring you myself or with someone that's strong in that skill set. What I'm hearing a little bit up here is that, maybe industry needs to take a bigger role. Maybe someone like myself or someone on my team needs to have scheduled times to go back and interact with these students and provide what the young lady mentioned out there is that you're getting a lot of textbook education, but there's no application. They can't tie the two ends together. So they come in the door and they don't feel prepared, or an employer is frustrated because we do get the situation where we have to have someone that hits the ground running. In our particular field, not only do you have to have the cyber and the technical and the well-rounded communication skills, but now you have to have a drug clearance and a security clearance. And so there's a lot of caveats and there's a lot of stress for a new hire. But when it comes to training them, it's about finding what that person is going to be successful at. I don't know how many times I've hired a person to be a sysadmin only to find out that their strong point is accreditation and documentation. Well, they've never been exposed to it. So now we need to put the resources and training into them. But if the person is dedicated, then it's a good investment. There's always the risk that when you invest in the person, they're going to leave, because that's also the next evolution of cyber. A lot of the times in a current employment situation, as that person's skill set matures and they become more responsible and they can do more, a lot of the times in the position they're in, you can't get them there with their financial goals. So they have to leave. It's how you manage that and how you create a circle. This community here does a pretty good job. I think if you walked around and talked to many people at many of these tables, we've worked for almost everybody in the room as we've worked up through our career. So, Crane creates, and I think most of your DoD facilities create that, but when it comes to training, we still lean heavily on Skillsoft and boot camps and things like that. Actually, it's the person that we're going with is, Greg Sapp sent them there. So, but it is that. So they're coming in the door, they don't have the skill set. So, one of my things that I'm going to approach after we get off this board is, how can I get people in your classrooms? How can we come out and talk about how to take this book knowledge? And maybe with a new balance, we can take some of that pressure off of you trying to find both an academic and a technical, because to be honest, a lot of your cyber people, your really good cyber people, are not good teachers. And if you've got a great technical person, well-rounded, that can communicate and teach, because they're not there. And that's where maybe that partnership needs to grow. I'm not going to be ever the level of quality of a professor, and I have 3 master's degrees, but I have no desire to get a PhD. So I would never, ever meet your agenda. But I can come in and supplement a professor that can set a baseline and can set a standard of the textbook knowledge and say, this is what you need to be looking at. These are other resources. And that will also allow the instructor to build on each of those interactions so that the next time that they have a class, they can integrate a little bit more of that real world tech. And as long as we're staying involved, that process matures and they stay current.
Yeah, reach out to your local community colleges. Most of them have industry advisory boards and they need that input.
That always reminds me of a joke. How do you recognize an extroverted cybersecurity professional? They're looking at the other person's shoes. So with that one, maybe we'll do kind of the last round. So anything you want to add, anything you want, you can go off topic on something that we didn't talk about. You got about maybe one to 2 minutes. Not to put you on the spot, but just kind of the wrap up, because we're getting near the end. We probably don't have time for another question, but.
I don't have anything really.
Oh, then that's fine. And you can pass. That's fine.
Yeah, it's just, I guess, it's a never ending challenge and a battle to keep up with everything. So I appreciate everyone's collaboration here today and events like this that bring academia together with industry partners so we can continue the collaboration and keep fighting the good fight.
I think to truly solve the problem, we need to start younger, right? So think K-12, maybe not so much the Ks, but certainly by time they get into post-secondary schooling,
and they're out there gaming. So that's an initiative too. I'll just not to interrupt you, but yeah, there's some new research and new initiatives being started with cybersecurity and gaming. So I think that is an avenue that we can certainly jump onto to support the K through 12.
Absolutely. Your next round of employees, I mean, they woke up with a smartphone in their pocket. I mean, they were born with a smartphone.
And a gamer handle.
And a gamer.
Game.
Exactly.
Right.
So they're not afraid of technology. They just need someone to guide their hand, because right, and they've got Snapchat in their pocket. They don't quite understand information sharing and what they should and they shouldn't. But if we start earlier and we start to get that adversarial mindset, right, they will become safer employees and they'll be better cyber professionals.
Yeah, I agree with everything they're saying as well. I actually saw a Caterpillar that you put the different pieces in it and it taught them how to code really at a very early age. I thought that was awesome. I would add that in my career, I've never had training. I've never been, hey, you got a job and then here's training afterwards. And I think it's really bad in cyber alone and IT. It's just, here's your job and they throw you into it. How can we help train your people to the next level, whatever level they're at, entry or beyond? How can we help you? And like he added, how can you guys help us? I'd be excited to work with that. And I'm sure anybody here as well would be as well.
So I'll touch on your gaming thing there real quick. You know how I know when there's a new game coming out on the market? All of them ask for the same day off because the games apparently come out at midnight. And every one of them asks for the same day. And I'm like, must be a new game coming out. And then 2 days later, they're in the office and they're talking about they've played together and things. And it does create a very unique bond. And this goes into a whole different culture thing. A lot of the students and professionals that are coming out, they need different environments. They're not cube people. You have to have different environments for them to work in that encourages growth and culture, because the youth are more socially driven. And if you start putting them in cubes and things, what I found was work stopped. So there is another hurdle to it. It's not just the academia. It's not just the skill set. They have to have an environment that they understand. So and that's on us. That's on the employers. How do we create that environment? How do we make sure that they stay interested? Because if you ruin a young person with a bad experience, they also do not recover as quickly as they used to, because they have this very high expectation of personal success and expectation. And when doesn't happen the first time. It does take some time to build them back up. So.
Well, it looks like that we're just about out of time. So I just want to thank everybody on the panel for taking the time out of their busy days and some excellent answers and questions. I'm assuming you're going to be around for at least most of the morning so folks can come and ask you some questions and do some follow-ups. So let's have a big hand for the panel. All right. Well, thank you very much. And I don't know if there's we're going on to right to the next one. So hopefully you'll have a great rest of your day. Thank you very much.
All right, we have a break until 11. 11:50 is doing a cyber range, or 11:50 Academy is doing a cyber range demo, 10:40. And then Armando Say will be on with his presentation at 11. All right, everyone. If you're interested, the 1150 Academy is going to start their cyber demo at their booth in the far corner over here. Bright black colored sign. All right, everyone, 5 minutes until Armando stays on. 5 minutes. All right, everyone. All right, I'd like to introduce our next speaker for the day. Don't worry, I'll continue to talk over all of you. I can be loud. Armando Say with the Maryland Innovation and Security Institute.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Thank you for inviting me out. I was told that I'm standing between you guys and lunch, and so I won't belabor any of my points. I'll be available afterwards for any questions. So yes, my name is Armando Say. I'm co-founder and member of the board of directors of an organization called Emcee. It does stand for Maryland Innovation and Security Institute, but when I go to Florida and they take me to the back room, the politicians, and they beat me up because they think I'm an interloper. When I go to Georgia and all the different places, and I'm here in Indiana. So we actually are slowly but progressively just dropping the name Maryland. We're actually a global organization that was founded in 2018 as a cybersecurity research, technology evaluation and testing, cyber skills training of the warfighter, as well as the next generation warfighter or defender, by working with the military academies such as Norwich and Naval Academy and the Marines, the ROTC program out of Texas A&M, and so on and so forth. And then we obviously train Marfor Cyber, actual enlisted warfighters, Army Cyber, and all of the elements of that support U.S. Cyber Command. So U.S. Cyber Command is our founding organization. They were the ones who came up with the idea that to create an organization that's a not-for-profit, which that's what we are, and what we that would be forward-looking at disruptive technologies and people from anywhere in the country. In 4 years, we've literally tripled the size of the organization's physical presence, and not only in terms of humans, but in terms of physical space. We started out in about 20,000 square feet of lab and collaboration and research space. And as of last week, we're now essentially going from what is existing about 40,000 square feet to about 75,000 square feet at our core facility that's called Dreamport. A lot of people know us as Dreamport. So Dreamport is the name of the other transaction authority partnership intermediary agreement that we have with U.S. Cyber Command. Since its founding with U.S. Cyber Command, U.S. Cyber Command now represents about 25% of the projects that we are working on there. So we're doing everything from reverse malware engineering, cloud architecture security, zero trust, offensive cybersecurity tools development, and then a bunch of work with the international partners of U.S. Cyber Command, which are many. But since then, we also now have the National Security Agency, the Defense Cybersecurity and the Defense Counterintelligence and Security Agency, DCSA. If you have clearances, the people who kind of hold your clearances and handle some of the background investigations for your TS level clearances. So they're a customer. We have the Special Operations Command out of Tampa, where they're decamping to our facility for us to do some tests and evaluation of software-defined network and secure zero trust-related technologies to modernize the way we work with all the nation's mission partners, the New Zealanders, Australians, UK, Canadians, on and on and on. So that's an effort that's just come. We have the Air Force. The Air Force is actually the mission partner environment. The Special Operations Command is a field zero trust related communications architecture that we're looking at. And then we're working with the NSA Cybersecurity Directorate, multiple divisions of the Cybersecurity Directorate, and everything from next generation cryptology. So a big GDIT building here or something like that. So GDIT makes a lot of the encryptors, and we're doing that. We're also working with several other elements of the cybersecurity. So we do both classified and unclassified. The other thing that we do is to bring in students from all around the country, virtually and physically, into our facility, and to give them real world internships, something we call a cybership. There was the conversation earlier in the panel was amazing. It was perfect. A lot of young people, we realize, graduate without the ability to functionally execute at the desk when they're put. Frankly, some soldiers who go through a lot of expensive training don't. That's another reason why they get sent to us, is to get the real world training, the how to do it, why you should do it, and what tools should you use, and why would you pick one tool after another, and also to deconflict the term cybersecurity. It's a big word. We all use it. In fact, it's used too much. It's a broad discipline. It involves data science, cognitive psychologists, electrical engineering, industrial engineering. It's a broad field. And what they get to do when they engage with us is to see the broadness of that field. If we're working with the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center and you're studying psychology, well, what about the psychology of cyber? How does disinformation campaigns by Russia, Iran, and China impact the average US citizen, average community? Well, you have to study the human behavior, how they ingest that information and process it. Are certain cyber tools effective? Just because you invented it, just because you're a publicly traded company, it may do nothing for the warfighter in the end. So that's where psychology and monitoring how individuals interact with cyber tools. Why is phishing such a successful threat vector still in the nation? Well, again, psychological study of cyber, but we go way beyond that as well. Again, data science, the cyber physical effects aspects of things. So I'm going to learn how to use this thing here so I can proceed, because I don't have forever. This is one of the arrows, right? Oh, there we go. So we're known as a mission accelerator. Government works at a very traditional speed. Frankly, we just did an academic launch for Cyber Command, their first, being a brand new combatant command. There's a lot of firsts for Cyber Command, and their academic engagement model is brand new. They teamed up with the NSA to learn how NSA does it. By the way, we're also an NSA Center of Academic Excellence partner. We work on their Cyber Education Diversity Initiative programs with NSA. And we also work with CISA, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure and Security Agency. So the Mission Accelerator, why are we known as a Mission Accelerator? Traditional government acquisition, they work for a year to 2 years to put a set of requirements together. If it's a brand new requirement, then they put it out for bid. That bid process takes anywhere from 3 days to 3 months to 6 months. Then source selection may take another month to 3 months. If it gets protested, you could be a year or two before final award. Then you start working on it. Whoever gets awarded, GDIT, SASC, just naming companies that I saw around here, CACI, or CACI, as I was trained a long time ago, and I used to work very closely with them. So now you have an organization that has a set of requirements that are essentially about 3 years old, from the time they were originally created. And now you're asking them to work on it, and then you give them a 3-year, contract to work on it. Well, by the time you get all that done, the adversary has already come with a dozen different ways to manipulate around anything you were thinking about relative to your technology. So Mission Accelerator, we do everything in agile cycles, 90-day sprints, 60-day sprints. We have to produce results literally monthly or in every 3 months. And typically Deputy SecDef, General Nakasone, people are just pulling up in their black SUVs and bodyguards looking for, hey, is it soup yet? What do you have for me today? And it's okay for things to fail in our facility. Failing fast is okay. Rather, we fail than the government spend $100 million on something that the Russians already know everything about. So that's one of the things that we do as a Mission Accelerator. I'll blow through this. You see folks working in one of our labs. Those are actually Naval Academy students. They do their summer cruises with us to learn. Actually, the guy in the short standing there, it's actually a fighter pilot. It's actually in Pensacola, but we were getting into aviation cyber, and he likes to work with his hands, and he loved the wiring of the industrial control devices, the programmable logic controllers. The young lady was sort of a chief malware architect. So she was kind of, you notice she doesn't have her hands on anything, but she's watching what he's doing. And then, but that's kind of what we do, explore what cyber is in the many disciplines. We obviously are a collaboration space. We bring in industry and international partners. And then again, prototyping, that's one of our critical infrastructure model cities that we have at our facility. Let me point it there. There we go. Talk to you about our academic education. We'll go through that real quick. One of the cohorts that we just finished was our first in a while in-person academic engagement with the organization with Marforce Cyber. We brought in Texas A&M students for a 10-week program. We mixed them in with Cyber Command personnel. We're talking about, we do internships. We don't do pure academic education. So you think about a student that's connected, been studying a lot of academic stuff. They're working with a 13-year veteran of enlisted, one of the forces that's supporting cyber, then working with a civilian that just separated from the military. And you combine them all together to tackle real world problems over a 10-week period. We don't do things simple. We do things, we try to make it as real world as possible. Part of what happened with the students and the military was they had a culminating exercise that was 30 cyber scenarios over a 1-week period. We don't do traditional capture the flags. We don't do one directional training. We do bi-directional training, meaning that the blue team or the defensive team attacked or responded back to the red team. So that shocked the Marines. They weren't used to taking training where the blue team actually came back and hit them, took their power out to their laptops, took out Wi-Fi signals, did all kinds of things to them that they weren't expecting. And basically, they were being tested about their tactics and techniques. If they're going to go up against real world nation state adversaries, they're not going to just let you hit them and not strike back. And that's one of the things that we believe. It's, to be a good defensive operator, you also need to know offense and vice versa. So these are some of the projects here. DoD supply chain security is one of the reasons why I'm here. I know Eugene from Purdue is going to, MEP is going to be talking about that. We're heavily engaged in that. We work with Purdue's MEP. Purdue University is also, George, he's here, I see him out there. They kicked the Marines' butt with the cyber range ransomware exercise. It was a multi-tier ransomware exercise, and I could tell you they were sweating bullets. It was great. Which we could bring you back. I think we're doing something, but you guys, the range isn't available, but we're going to continue to work with you guys because that was awesome. We look for good kick butt cyber exercises. And when I saw experienced Marines and the collective skills that had to be used to tackle the ransomware exercise that we put them through was amazing. The reverse engineering, can you get to the keys? It was just good stuff. So anyway, how do we do our supply chain cybersecurity work with the MEPs and for the Department of Defense? We run a small program for the Department of Defense that works with mentor protege companies. They get 100% subsidized. We also work with CISA. We also work with the other departments of defense to help their supply chain. We developed a sensor grid network that uses American-made sensors that we put a variety of technology in. We have one set of technology that's a combination of proprietary code that we've developed along with some code from CISA to basically act as sensors on industrial control driven or IT, IoT, and IT networks. So I said IT, IoT, and OT networks. A lot of people tackle the IT cyber world in segments. I'm an IT person, but I know nothing about OT or IoT. It's just not the way the real world works. We're sitting in this building, you have a Wi-Fi connection. I can point to sensors in this building that are running, the fire sensors, the alarms, all of those are IoT or IoT technologies that are threat vectors into traditional IT. So you might worry about whether someone's attacking your laptop, but if I turn on the sprinkler system, you're gonna run out of here anyway. You may leave your laptop behind, okay? I can clear a building, as everyone's running out, going in. So those are the kinds of things that we teach, that cyber is a holistic art. Cybersecurity and cyber resilience involves all the things that we drive by every day, the things that are watching us as we're approaching a building, the surveillance cameras, when you press that elevator, is that elevator really going to work? If you're manufacturing something for the defense industrial base or the defense community, are you really manufacturing a quality product? Has the firmware already been compromised? That a shipment, the adversaries get a hold of a shipment and put an implant into it, and then you start manufacturing from an already compromised platform. Those are the kinds of things that we look for. Our sensor grid technology models a little bit of what CISA has with their CDM. We are sensor independent. We normalize the data that we collect, and then it goes through a process where the data gets normalized. It gets fed into a series of dashboards and visualizations. So this is kind of the map of who we're working with currently around the country, either through MEPs or actually individual companies that we're working with. We actually launched the major thrust of the program last fall. So we've grown pretty fast with manufacturers and supply chain companies, even though there's a little bit of uncertainty about what the Department of Defense is going to do with the cybersecurity maturity model. But we're working with the current, the 7012, the 7019, and the 7020 regulations that are in force today. And we still help them prepare for the eventuality of whatever CMMC is going to have. Maritime cyber. We recently, just literally last week, we were in Tampa with the Port of Tampa Bay. They asked us to come in and do a cyber effects demonstration where we basically, everyone's hearing about all the supply chain. You see all the ships outside the Port of Long Beach, Savannah, Port of California. Okay, that's a supply chain issue. Not enough people to unload the trucks, not enough truck drivers, manufacturing slowdowns overseas. All right, That's equivalent to a cyber attack on a major port. The same impact would happen if we took out the shipping manifest, if there were ships that were pulling up to the dock that were compromised. So we've gotten heavily into maritime cyber. Frankly, I'm working with Lloyd's of London, who insures most of the major maritime shippers. My background is also running and managing the cybersecurity for US Transcom, who uses ships, planes, automobiles, trains, anything you can imagine to move military goods and services and humans around the world. And the security of all of those transportation systems that we use to secure the nation and to get the ability to do force projection is very important. Those cranes, most of them around the US are manufactured by China. You heard about the MITRE deliver uncompromised. Well, we're using one of the reasons we have the kind of shortage that we have in our supply chain. It's not because we necessarily did something humongously wrong, but we did. We rely on really cheap goods that are manufactured overseas. Even our chips that we use in computers, the majority of that manufacturing occurs overseas. So guess what happens when there's a slowdown overseas or there's a war or something? We're going to suffer. So one of the things that the US has to get back to doing is figuring out what are the critical parts of our supply chain from a cyber perspective, from a force projection perspective, and bringing it back to US so that we don't suffer these economic calamities when there's disruption in the world chain. I talked about a little bit about our defense industrial supply chain cybersecurity resilience approach. We developed a cloud-based AWS, we started out with, so I'll stick with that. AWS Impact Level 4, FedRAMP, which is qualified to house CUI, platform that sits in the cloud. Our sensors feed all of the cyber-related threat information back to the platform. Cyber analysts, red team operators, and our security operations team, which we also throw feeds over to our security operations, are doing all the analytics, data enrichment, and analysis of the feed that's coming from the defense industrial supply chain company. And then we provide alerts, mitigation strategies. Most of our vulnerability scans automatically populate the mitigation on it. And then we provide a tracking mechanism for what does the environment look like in the defense industry. You can't protect what you don't know or can't see or don't understand. So what percentage of the environment is Windows versus Linux versus a Siemens environment or Emerson or any one of the industrial control components out there. So we aggregate that information so there's a holistic picture of what the attack surface may look like in any particular defense industrial supplier. All of this is done using, obviously we're an intelligence community provider under obfuscated rules. We changed the names of the companies, and the real names don't ever show up in any of our feeds. We encryption, multi-factor authentication, encryption at rest, so on and so forth. All the things that everyone in this room probably is aware of because you guys are cyber practitioners. This is how we do vulnerability and cyber hygiene tracking. What are the CVEs that you have? And then we also track what the supply chain's doing about all of the vulnerabilities. Not every vulnerability is applicable. One of the things you'll see the intelligence community, Cyber Command, CISA working on is what are the vulnerabilities that are being exploited today? We were all trained, oh my God, you got these CVEs, level 10s, and level 9s. Let's prioritize the 10s. Not every vulnerability is something that's applicable to a particular environment, nor should necessarily be prioritized. So we start out with what's being exploited in the wild, and I'm glad to see the Department of Defense and CISA pushing out alerts, typically about every month and a half or so, a list of the actual exploitable vulnerabilities that they're seeing adversaries actually utilizing. Our ecosystem, I mentioned that Purdue obviously is part of our, we love working. Those guys are actually one of my favorite partners. I'll get beat up when I go back to Maryland or when I go to Florida, but Purdue has been amazing. But CapTechU is part of our ecosystem. They're one of they consider themselves a technical college, different than traditional academic. They believe in technical skills, such that a graduate can actually go sit at their desk. So they're right up the street from the National Security Agency. So they do get a lot of students sitting there. UMBC training centers. We're actually, our industrial control security class that we're giving next month is in partnership with UMBC and an organization called Fortified out of Georgia Tech, some graduates from Georgia Tech. But that's our ecosystem, or at least part of it. DOD, the manufacturing institutions of the federal government, and we're actually partnered with the newest manufacturing institution or federal lab called Ceremonies, Cyber Manufacturing Innovation Institute. They're out of UTS. They're run by a UTSA consortium out of San Antonio, about $100 million funding location partnership. I think Purdue's part of it, as I understand. Purdue is part of the Ceremonies Institute. So it's got just about every critical major manufacturer, thinker, academic, federal lab that focuses on cybersecurity for the industrial manufacturing base. I talked about, the title was, Industry 4.0 or Cybersecurity 4.0. The integration on the interconnection of IT, IoT, IIoT is making society, the more connected we are, the more vulnerable we are, frankly. Why is ransomware successful? It's because as long as something is connected to the network, it's gonna encrypt it. So that's why we recommend offline, encrypted backups so that you're not impacted and can recover. We talked about the fact that we train students and we train the warfighter and we train veterans, and we do it through our GBC Emcee Academy partnership moniker. This is just a class that we have coming up here next month on industrial control cybersecurity training. It's actually a pretty good syllabus there. It's a real world. We hold major hacking events. Our approach to teaching cyber defense and cyber offense is to be as realistic as possible. Last year, we took over a 150,000 square foot office building that a major supplier of real estate to the intelligence community had empty. And so I called them up and I go, I need to hack a building. And they're like, you're serious? I go, yeah. So we started walking around. And it's like, well, you can't hack this building because even though it's empty on the first floor, if you take out the air conditioning system, the people upstairs aren't going to be happy. Or if you take out the electricity. So lo and behold, they had a 150,000 square foot building. We had 3,000 participants from all over the world, offense and defense. And we invited dozens of technology companies to support the blue team and support the red team. We bought a near $20,000 drone that we flew around the building's campus looking for red team attacks the first couple of days. So if someone was going to be sloppy, we would, the drone and our red team would say, we picked up this signal where it looks like they're using this type of software-defined radio technique. And if we had a cyber attack against that strategy, we would take them out. And they were like, what happened? We tented the parking lot. It was under COVID rules. The bulk of the 50,000 square foot building was only our team, Cyber Command. In Israel, part of our blue team, we had the Israeli Defense Forces acting as our blue team. And then we had the uninvited participants from China, Iran, North Korea, and we were able to watch them crawling all over the network because we set up a realistic environment. The company was a fictitious defense supplier with controlled unclassified information stored inside the network. But the idea was, if the adversary is not going to necessarily walk up to the parking lot, they could. They're not going to drive. They're going to hit you from as far away as they comfortably can, right? Or maybe from across the street at the Starbucks. So we tented the parking lot. That was our cyber cafe. All the adversarial teams were there. And then there were ones that came in remotely from different parts of the country. We had a lot of academic participation. Actually, the academic teams, particularly the Johns Hopkins and MIT teams, were amazing at the industrial control side of this thing. What we learned was that we're teaching in our academic institutions a very still IT-focused curriculum. That's not the real world. We had a bunch of cyber trained or computer science that were using IT techniques offensively against an industrial control environment. It annoyed the heck out of the well-trained or more trained industrial control people. And that's one of the lessons that we learned about that. So we did a report for Cyber Command and the NSA, well, he's commander, Cyber Command, director NSA, General Nakasone. We wanted to know what did we learn about the troops, the Cyber Command, the military folks. And we learned, hey, they need a lot more industrial control education. The other thing that we learned is language. I can't tell you how many warfighters I talk to that come into our facility and they get sent to mission. So you're targeting an oil and platform for a foreign country and the language is Chinese coming across the computer, coming across the PLC. Well, I know how to attack it, but I don't know what a thing is. I don't know what I'm successful because I don't know what a thing is saying. So one of the things that we fed back is like, you need to embed language skills like we do in other missions if we're going to go out into the world and do something where the language isn't familiar to us. So a lot of participants from all over the country, you see brand names, you recognize it. It was an amazing event. We did a documentary that chronicled the Hack the Building event. Next year, we're doing Hack the Port. Basically in Tampa, we're gonna pick a port and we're gonna do a complete cyber exercise around multi-pronged industrial control port. And I know my time is probably running short. We engage with the world. literally on November 5th, we'll have every military partner of the United States government at our facility, all the flag officers. Why? Because they're coming there to talk cybersecurity. It happens all the time. It slowed down a little bit during COVID. So we're always used to a lot of different accents, a lot of foreign uniforms that are partners of the US coming in to talk cyber. And that is my presentation. So I don't know if I have any time left, probably don't. And you guys are probably hungry. But I'll let this young man here tell me if you want me to answer any questions. Okay, so if anyone has any questions about how to engage with us or how we help the supply chain, or if you have students that you want to engage with us and Purdue on our cyber skills training, I'm happy to answer any questions. Yes, sir. Yes. So what we do in our labs is we have a variety of industrial control, OT, operational technology, systems, platforms, software-defined networks, technology, all the things that are physical in the world. And then we have a virtualized capability that allows us to simulate, different network environments and network density. Again, we focus on the real world. So we set up all of these networks, both virtualized and physical, all of these OT devices that are connected to IT. We have the IoT sensors, the oxygen sensors, temperature sensors, chemical sensors, also operating within the lab environment. And what we do is we test technology from different vendors. So we did a test of about 8 different cyber sensors for industrial control systems for the Pentagon's principal cyber advisors. I don't know if you're familiar with how the Pentagon is structured. There's a principal cyber advisor, that's the cyber advisor, and then there's like a dozen or so cyber advisors that support the different forces, and they specialize in different parts of cyber. So we've been supporting the industrial control principal cyber advisors team. They also run, I think with the Idaho National Lab, something called Mosaics, more situational awareness for control systems. Mosaics, that's what it stands for. They just had one of several annual conferences at the Gaylord right outside Washington, D.C. So they asked us to test 8 sensor technologies the Department of Defense was considering and looking at. They told us what the 8 they also had 8 criteria. We added another 2 or 3. We actually did an offensive set of attacks against each of the technologies. There were some huge brand names that are well known in the world for manufacturing defensive cyber detections, sensors for the OT environment. So we had what is now Microsoft, that used to be called CyberX. We had Tenable. You guys have probably heard of Tenable Securities. We had Nozomi Networks, Dragos, Clarity, on and on and on. I could just go. I mean, we typically have one of everything, sometimes 2 of some of the top industrial control cybersecurity sensors and related technologies running in our lab at any particular point in time. So we allowed each vendor to install for a week to 2 weeks. The ones that had AI and machine learning needed a little bit longer to learn the network. So we gave them additional time for their tools and algorithms to do what they needed to do. And then we started launching the tests individually for each company 1 week at a time. And we launched a lot of real world traffic and real world scenarios, and then offensive attacks to determine the resiliency, the ability to detect. So that's how we evaluate anything that we are going to recommend or use for the supply chain, is does it work in the real setting? One of the things that we also do, and I think Eugene, you know this, is we also deploy live into the defense industrial base. We have a number of defense industrial base supply chain companies that allow us to put sensors and technology into their networks. Why? Because 1, they get it for free. 2, they learn what they don't already know. And 3, they get free services from us in terms of their threats. And in exchange for us being able to see how a sensor operates, how disruptive is it to the defense supply chain, or how productive it is, or and other lessons that are important to understanding how something works or doesn't work. And that's a long answer for Eugene's simple question. And you guys have lunch. Saw a big old sausage truck out there or something, pizza and stromboli and stuff. So like I said, I'm around for a couple more hours, and we'll be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
All right, we have lunch now till 12:30, where the business panel will be the next event. Thank you. Lunch is in the back. Sorry.
Hey, it's Chad. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you good. Yes. Is
Nick,
there,
can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can
Say-
hear you. Can you
say
guys hear
something.
me?
oh yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, our sound is not. Hang on 1 second.
Chad, can you?
That's the other video that.
One second.
Sorry about, I lost you there.
No, I just took my video off. That's okay.
I'm
Can you
gonna
say
connect-
something?
I'm
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
put the Zoom sound over the house speakers real quick.
Okay.
Okay, Samantha, can you say something?
Yes, I can hear you very well. It's been good so far, Nick.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't be down there.
Yeah, it's been really good.
Okay, now we can hear you in the room.
Yes.
Hope everyone had a good lunch. We'll be kicking off here in just a few minutes. Their next panel. All right, kicking off our next panel, the business panel, moderated by Matthew Tramsky, Executive Director, Purdue CyberTAP.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So I have the hopefully not too difficult task of getting everyone's attention back right after lunch. I don't know about you, but I ate enough food and I'm already sleepy. So if we want to start this panel discussion with 20 minutes of quiet, can we get the lights turned off and just take a little, like 20 minutes, self-meditation, snoring is allowed. Anybody else interested? No, okay. I don't know. I came in last night because it's a couple-hour drive from West Lafayette. So I'm not too tired yet, but I know some of you guys drove a long way to be here this afternoon, this morning. So thanks for everyone coming. I'd like to ask the panelists to go ahead and come up. We have one virtual panelist and two in-person panelists. So if you guys will come on up. Oh, there's Nick. There he is. All right. Great. So, yeah. Oh, do we need another one? Okay, here we go. All right. So just again, really quick, I'm Matt Tramsky. I'm the Executive Director of the Technical Assistance Program at Purdue University and the Cyber Technical Assistance Program. Our business focuses on professional services and education for industry. And so if you want to stop by our booth at any time, we'd love to talk to you. George, who was on a panel earlier, is here, and a lot of our partners are here. And we're thankful to be part of the demo day here at WestGate. So appreciate the invitation to be part of this. I am a Hoosier by birth and a Boilermaker by the grace of God. So all of my degrees are from Purdue. Prior to coming to Purdue 8 years ago, I spent a little over a decade. I sometimes refer to it as a stretch, the same way you would refer to a prison sentence in the DC metro area. Now, that's not ridicule of the DC metro area. It's an interesting place to live. It was a lot of fun, but I did my time and I got out and came back to Indiana. So my background is a technologist, and I served the intelligence community in the Department of Defense with a number of contracting agencies out there. So again, thanks for having me here and our team. And we want to jump right into the panel today. So what we're talking about in the panel is the kind of impact and the cyber world as it relates to small businesses and some of those challenges. And so what I would like to do is ask the panelists to introduce themselves. We'll just go straight through the line. So that means, Nick, you'll be third, because you can't see the order here. You're third, all right? And can you hear us? Should we do an audio check? Okay, you can hear us. All right, so we'll get to you in a minute. But Mark, you want to go ahead and start off first. Thanks.
Can you hear? Yeah. Hello. Maybe it's me. 1, 2, 3. Semblance. Owner of the Sterling Group, we're a small cybersecurity company, and we focus pretty much strictly on doing security assessments, especially revolving around regulatory compliance, such as HIPAA, if you're familiar with that, PCI, GLBA for banks is GLBA. I call it like HIPAA for banks, and then CMMC, which is like HIPAA for DoD manufacturing. So that's what we do. We're fairly small. We're based out of Indy. What else was I supposed to say?
Anything you want.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
introduce yourself and take your time. There's only 3 panelists. It's not fair. Mark Rogers had 5 panelists. He had a lot less job than I did. So that's all right. We'll get through it together. Yeah, anything you want to say, Mark?
I just wanted to announce, I think I made it clear that we're in growth mode, like most cybersecurity companies. There's a lot of issues going on. Like I'll echo almost everything that the first panel said. So I'm done. No, I was kidding. What George was saying. So if there's any organizations like Vincent's University, I've talked to them, anybody else that's, I'd like to get on an internship program and so forth, because I think everybody's in dire need of good security people. So we're based in Indy, so but we cover all of Indiana and sometimes outside of Indiana. And again, our main focus is to let organizations know what they need to fix to become secure and compliant at the same time. And there is a difference that I'll get into later. And we focus strictly on doing professional services assessments. We don't provide solutions. We don't sell products. We partner with other organizations to help provide those solutions. And we actually partner with Purdue and their MEP program for CMMC type of assessments. So that's all I can think of for now.
Great. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate that. Now, did I see this right? That double E from Purdue? Double ET, same difference. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Don't tell the technology school or the engineering school I said that. Yes. So Mark's my favorite on the panel until the next one announces what they do with Purdue. And then the next one announces what they do with Purdue. Because if you haven't been able to figure it out, I definitely bleed black and gold. So, all right, Gary, please.
My name is Gary Neidig. I'm from ITAMCO, which is a acronym for Indiana Technology and Manufacturing Companies up in Marshall County. So it's about 3.5 hours from here. We drove down this morning, my wife and I. We're a traditional manufacturing company. Our core business is in making large gears, and we've been in business since 1955. I'm the second generation. When I came back, PCs were just starting. And so that was sort of where I got into the technology world and started to introduce computers into our small company. We have approximately 500,000 square feet, about 120 people, and that's what we primarily do. In the last 10 years, we've gotten more involved with government contracts, started some startups. We actually have a very successful startup right now called SymbaChain. So if any of you hear about that, that's actually was spawned out of ITAMCO, and it's a blockchain tool company. As far as other things about me, I'm a coder, been doing it for 40 years. Eugene likes to make fun of me because he said I'm one of the few owners that he knows that wired his own network. I haven't done the last couple wirings because it's gotten too big, but I did do a lot of our initial networking, a lot of stories for the last 40 years from a security standpoint, but enjoy it. I enjoy being here. I really appreciate it. My relationship with Purdue, since you want to know that, I didn't go to school there. I do have some relatives that have. But we do work with MEP, and that's where Eugene and I got acquainted, and they've been able to assist us quite a bit with some grants and things like that, which have allowed us to implement a lot of things a lot quicker than we would have otherwise. So thank you for letting me be here.
Thanks, Gary. I appreciate that. And it's okay. We'll give you a pass since you didn't go to Purdue. We appreciate the relationship. And I know working with Gene has been good for you guys, good for us. And it's really good for the state, what the work that Gene and the MEP Center does. And that's not my group. That's a different group. But we do appreciate them. And it's all one big family. Speaking of family, I see a Boilermaker pin on Nick. Nick, you're up.
Hey, and I appreciate being able to do this virtually. I had engagement previous to this that kept me from being able to make it down to WestGate. I actually grew up not too far south from there in Spencer County, so very familiar with the area. But my name's Nick Sturgeon. I'm currently a director of information security at IU Health. One of the many things I do at IU Health, I manage the cybersecurity relationship with the IU School of Medicine, as well as lead our internal red team, which is offensive security. We get to do all the fun stuff, hacking and breaking, and test environments not on patients that are actually in our hospitals. So in addition to that, my Purdue connection is I've got a master's of science from Purdue from as I think one of the last class from the College of Technology. Currently a PhD student, my second year at the Polytechnic Institute, actually, and my advisor's in the crowd somewhere out there, Dr. Rogers. Just among some other things, background, prior law enforcement, I was an Indiana State Trooper for 8 years, ran a couple of cybersecurity programs for the state of Indiana, and then have been in the private sector for about 5 or 6 years now. So again, very glad to be able to do this virtually.
Awesome. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate that introduction. So like the earlier panel, I think we're going to start with some fairly easy softball questions. I do want to also give plenty of time for Q&A, so you guys out there and gals can pick the brains of the panelists here. But the first question is, and we'll start with Mark, what do you see as issues or barriers within cyber and information security for small businesses today? So in your experience out there working with a lot of these small businesses of all shapes, all sizes, all industries, all verticals, what do you see as some of those barriers and issues for them?
Security budget. Okay, I'm done. I'm just kidding. No, really. Okay, so I have we've been doing this for 20 years. And when I started, can you hear me? When I started this business, HIPAA, I don't know if everybody's probably familiar with HIPAA. We've done a lot with HIPAA, and it was brand new. And so healthcare was that industry. And they said, all of a sudden they said, okay, you have to implement HIPAA security and privacy. And it's like, well, how do you do that? And we've never budgeted for that. And how we're going to pay for this. And but I see that trend with most businesses. Unless they've been required to do some forms of security, hospitals are familiar with it now. It's been around for 15 years, HIPAA has. Hospitals are still having problems though, but and that's the difference between compliance and security. And I'll talk about that later. So I find that in most of my clients, either they've had a problem or they're required to do security because of a regulatory compliance, or for various reasons, they're starting to look at security. Seeing that a lot in DoD manufacturing, because this is a new requirement for them, is that, well, we don't have a budget for that. And sometimes it's thrust upon them either through a regulation or a breach. Most of our clients are either under a regulatory compliance to be secure, or they've had a breach. Or and various other reasons. Occasionally we get a client that wants to be proactive and be secure. It's sort of like everything. If you're like me, I procrastinate. So if I don't have to do anything, I won't do it until I'm told to do it, or I have to. So I see that as, for us, we're a small business and we work a lot with small and some medium-sized and some large businesses, but budget by far is the biggest barrier, understanding why they need it before an issue has happened. And one of the first questions one of the questions I will ask the client, especially if they're unsure whether they, this is before the breach, right? They're unsure whether they really need security in place, is like, so forget the regulatory compliance, forget about the penalties that might cost you or the legal issues. What is the cost of downtime for you? And most organizations don't really know. They haven't thought about that unless they've been hit with it. A quick example, we had a client that was an e-commerce business. That means they had no brick and mortar. The only way they could do business as long as their internet connection was working and their servers were working. And they had this was back before ransomware. This is probably 12 years ago. They had a denial of service attack, which basically means what had happened. They went live with their new e-commerce website. Someone in another country sent them a threatening email saying, so it was kind of like ransomware, but in a different way. So unless you pay us X amount of dollars, we're going to make sure that when you go live, because they had a big announcement, we're going live with this, on a certain date. And it said, when you go live on that date, we will make sure that you can't go live. And they didn't really understand the issue or the threat, and they just kind of ignored it. And sure enough, that day, a denial of service attacks, basically, they flooded their e-commerce website with fake orders that were not real, so that real orders couldn't come through. And they caught them totally by surprise. And their cost of downtime, when they're down, they can't do any business. They can't convert to paper because they were sort of like an eBay type of company. So they were totally dead in the water. They called us in, and we kind of went in like 2 a.m. and set up some things to help stop these fake orders, sort of like an intrusion detection prevention type of device, and kind of help save the day a little bit. But that's the kind of thing we see. It's something that it's kind of an afterthought, although that's changing because there's a lot of news about breaches and ransomware attacks. That is changing, but early on in the business, it was just, it was a surprise and unexpected cost item that they weren't expecting. And again, one of the big things, okay, there's regs or penalties for that. There's legal costs if you're down, but what does it cost your business to be out of business for an hour? Is it $100 an hour, or is it $10,000 an hour, or is it $1 million a day? So if you're down for a couple of days, it could be significant, and a hacker can cause things to go down for several days. So.
Thanks for that, Mark. So would you say that your strategy then with these small businesses, as you're trying to explain the potential loss in revenue or whatever their cost is for them, how are they receiving that message? When you give that to them, you tell them the stories about this e-commerce or other, how is that being received? Because we all know that a lot of small businesses have very narrow margins. And so it is tough to find that budget. So how are you finding the reception of that message?
Kind of wide-eyed, what? Or they take it in, and I hate to say this, but until it actually hits them, in most cases, they don't want to take out the wallet, because they haven't budgeted for it. And you're right, they have thin margins. So they're informed about it. And I hate to term it this way, but pay me now or pay me a lot more later. And it's sort of like a gamble. And a lot of companies go for that gamble. So, but if they're hit by a reg, then they're more likely to listen, because there's penalties if you don't meet regulations. So that kind of gets them towards that step, but it still doesn't mean security. So that's the response we get. It's like, are you sure we really need to spend $10,000 now to save $10 million later? I'll take that chance. So that's kind of been the response.
Great. Thanks, Mark. So Gary, you're up next, and I'm going to ask the question again because I've already forgotten what it was. What do you see as issues, barriers within cyber and information security for small businesses today? And specifically, how does it relate to your business?
So the first one is obviously budgetary or cost of implementation. I think that's probably one of the primary ones. I think having personnel that's qualified Typically in a small business, as you get to a certain size, you do not want to always outsource everything. So you want to have some in-house staff, I should say. And it's difficult to find personnel, especially today, right? My wife asked, she says, well, these people in here probably make pretty good money, don't they? And I said, yeah, honey, I said, they're in great demand, the people that are in this room today. And the other thing I would say is trusted information. That's really a difficult thing to come across, that you can have a curated, vetted place where you can go to and know that you're not being led astray by some person that perhaps is just trying to make money off of you or whatever the case may be. So, those are the three primary things I see are the impediments to getting security put in place.
I appreciate that. And I would say to your comment about in-demand skill and high pay, if anyone doesn't want high pay, but to be in demand, I have 2 openings. We do pay the medium bucks at Purdue, so we'd love to have you. Right, George? He's not even paying attention. All right. And so Nick, I'm going to turn to you now, the same question. So what are some of the issues and barriers you're facing specifically within your job? And then what do you see in the landscape as well?
Yeah. And I think from, IU Health, largest hospital system, health system in the state, a little bit different. I mean, but ours are just scaled up. Budget's always an issue, no matter what or how large you are in your industry. Budget's always an issue with cybersecurity. We're still thought of as an expense instead of that prevention or the investment in protecting against loss. More even, I would take an insurance kind of mindset with cybersecurity. We're here to protect against the worst case scenario from happening. So I think the culture and mindset of I'm a small business. Why would somebody attack me? So, and understanding that, well, you may not be the direct attack. You could be the weakest link into that larger organization through a supply chain type of attack, or you could be just a target of opportunity. So I think that has become less of an issue, but it's still there. 5 years ago, when we're talking about this, when I was at the state of Indiana, it was, well, I'm a small business. Nobody's ever going to attack me. So overcoming those hurdles, again, made a little bit of strides, but it's still there. I think the staffing and the expertise, as was just previously mentioned, is still is going to be an issue for small business, and being able to afford the salary demands of cybersecurity professionals. When you look at large cybersecurity companies or large Fortune 100 companies that are able to pay, 6-figure salaries for, even maybe not entry level positions, but intermediate plus, small businesses can't compete against those. So I think, I don't know if that will ever change, honestly, but I think there's ways for businesses to get around that through MSP type of services. But and then I think even the regulations, you mentioned the HIPAA and some of the costs to get up to that minimum level, and some of these tools. I think a lot of the companies, and sorry for the vendors that are in there, they want to go after the companies who can pay the higher bucks. So the service offerings for small businesses are far and few between that are affordable based on the scale of what they're trying to do. And then vendors, again, a former boss of mine, vendor was a 4-letter word. Again, sorry, vendors out there. There are some good ones, and then there's some predatory ones that are just out looking for the big bucks, which then goes to the point of, where's that trusted source of information coming from? What is the service or the tools that I need to protect what I have and not just buying something that's, blinky, flashing light that looks cool. So I think, and I'm going to give a shout out to the Indiana Executive Cybersecurity Council. We, as a group, have addressed this for not just the large corporations, but medium-sized and small businesses. And there are resources available here in Indiana for small and medium-sized businesses. So just shameless plug for IECC on that one. So that's what comes to top of my mind.
Yeah, thanks for that, Nick. And clearly I'm not opposed to shameless plugs. So feel free to plug away. One thing that you said that resonated with me, Nick, is how you referred to the kind of the cost and the investment discussion and starting to refer to it more like insurance. And so I thought that was interesting because we do see a lot more companies now today taking on actual insurance policies to cover cybersecurity. Have any of you on the panel have experience with that in your company or your business, and have you engaged in those kind of policies to help protect against threats, vulnerabilities, and then the potential impact of those?
Yeah, I mean, we have cyber liability insurance, and actually it's becoming a little bit more challenging. The insurance companies are getting smarter and they're tired of paying out the ransomware payments. So they are asking for more and more, not just, hey, what are you doing? They want proof. They want to see the policies. They want to see the technologies. They want to see the configurations. They want to see that you're doing tabletop exercises. So it's becoming more difficult to get cyber liability insurance, and it's costing more because they're trying to recoup what they've had to pay out in ransomware.
Gary or Mark, I noticed something also might have resonated around the same time when Nick was talking. Anything else you wanted to add to this?
Hello. I have an interesting story about cyber. Nail on the head. Cyber insurance companies lost their shirt during COVID. Almost all ransomware attack victims would just go ahead and pay the ransom. And that cost the insurance companies a lot of money. I have a client that filled out one of the, they were under cyber insurance and they filled out the questionnaire form, which they're getting more detailed on these questionnaire forms. And, for years we've been telling them they need to do multi-factor authentication for remote access. And they said, oh, that would cost, a few $1,000s. So, we'll do it later. When they answered that question on the form, no, we don't do multi-factor authentication, especially for access to critical data for remote access. The insurance company dropped them. They didn't give them a chance to fix it. They didn't give them a chance to say, okay, well, we're going to increase your premiums 10 times. They said, we're dropping you. So they're scrambling right now. Now, all of a sudden, they're looking at multi-factor authentication. So, and they're probably going to pay about $20,000 to put that in place. And we're working with them because I have some cyber insurance contacts that might be able to come in and help them out. But that was one of the main things that cyber insurance is looking for. The first thing is multi-factor authentication if you're accessing critical data from the outside. And when we talk about zero trust from the inside too, we can talk about that later. The other thing was patches and updates. That's like number 2 on the list. If you're running XP or Windows 7, that's a no-no. And just, I've seen some patches that are behind 2-3 years. That's no good. So that's the second thing. And then I think you mentioned IRP, incident response plan, that's been tested with the tabletop. I think those were the 3 top things. There's a few other things. Encryption is always good for critical data, but insurance companies are coming down hard. They're increasing premiums and they're actually dropping some people if you don't answer that questionnaire right. So that's my little story. Carrie?
I think we got our first cyber policy probably about 5 years ago, and it was very economical, primarily because we aren't an e-commerce company, number one. So that was how I sold it. Like, hey, we don't have any credit card information. We don't have any of that stuff. Well, they don't care anymore. And in fact, they're looking at it more, as you were saying, from a ransomware and other things. So yeah, the premiums have gone up pretty dramatic, and it's part of our overall strategy now to start weighing out all those risk factors. And that's one of the reasons why, doing the things we've done have been helping to keep some of those premiums down. But even at that, it's, you know, it's going to be a challenge to continue to have that kind of service. So.
Great, Gary. That was a perfect tee up kind of for my next question. So one thing that we at CyberTAP think a lot about, Mark, you with Sterling Group think a lot about is this risk assessment. And Gary, you just mentioned it. So understanding the risk calculation for your business. So in simplest terms, you know, risk being the calculation of the threat times the vulnerability and times the impact. So the question is, for you all, in your opinion, threat, vulnerability, impact, what are you seeing out there as the first? We'll start with threats. What are the threats facing small business today? I mean, we mentioned ransomware. I know that's going to be on the list, but what else are we seeing out there today in your experience? Mark, why don't you start for us?
No, just kidding. Now I have to start thinking. Well, absolutely being prepared for breach. Just basic, like those three things I mentioned. For example, again, I'll go back to HIPAA because I'm very familiar with HIPAA. HIPAA talks about protecting EPHI. So EPHI is to HIPAA as CUI is to CMMC. And protecting that specific, which is your private health information, if you don't know what EPHI is. And just protecting that is good, and that helps meet the regulatory compliance. But what about protecting the rest of the network? Because if the rest of the network isn't secure, then you might get a breach that will get to the EPHI, which will cause not only maybe your whole IS to go down, but then you'll also have to pay the penalty for a HIPAA violation. So I would say just, it's surprising because the basics, are you patching on a regular basis? Do you have a patch program? And a lot of it is the challenge is that they may not have that CISO. CISOs is a fairly new term, information security officer. And if you don't have somebody like that on staff, then that's where a company like we could be like an outsourced CISO. In fact, we do some VCISO type of work. So if they don't have that knowledge in-house, then maybe they don't quite understand it. And they don't have the budget to pay for someone that understands it. So that's where a company like us come in. We're like their outsourced information security officer. So we tell, and it's just the basics of it's the analogy I use is like, if you have your house, you live in a neighborhood where you're one of the few people that has a basic security system at your house. The bad guys will see that and go to the next house. And it just requires some real basic stuff. Yeah, you know, like get a dog in your yard, or you know, put an alarm system on your windows or what have you. It seems like it's slow to adopt that kind of mentality because I don't know, it's just never been a priority until more recently, I think. So that's all I can say about that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think, you know, you definitely make some good points there. So thanks for that. Gary, do you have any thoughts on that? Kind of the overall risk landscape, threats, vulnerabilities, the impact?
The things that we all work on, Wi-Fi security, network security, virus protection, you know, all those things are pretty simply put in place now. I mean, they're not that difficult, but the real threats that I see now are the common ones we all face, and that's phishing, right? So phishing is the one that seems like it's almost impossible to completely protect against. The other thing is I want to give you an anecdotal thing that I came across about 6 months ago, and it was the most hybrid scheme I've ever seen. So I think you'll enjoy this. One of our vendors, which was a larger company, we got a piece of mail correspondence from, and it directed us saying that they were going to go to an ACH paying system and that they wanted us to stop writing checks, and that they gave us all the ACH information, and they followed up with emails, and the person's name on there was a legitimate person as far as we were concerned, where it was coming from, who we had dealt with in the past. They then sent some more emails and actually made phone calls and asked us to hold on that, and that we needed to send the next payment that we had to this address to the CFO because they weren't quite ready for the ACH and they were in this transition period. So my administrative assistant brings it to me and she says, you know, I've been corresponding with these people and we don't have any current invoices due and our business was cyclical with them. She said, what should I do on this? And I go, don't do anything. I said, there's something fishy here. And so, no pun intended, but so we
pun accepted though.
So we ended up researching a little bit. I looked at the email address. They had added an R to the end of the company name. So instead of Forge, it said Forger. So it was something very subtle, but it looked the same. They used the logos and everything else. They did it in paper form, email form, and called us. We ended up getting a hold of the actual company and informed them they had no idea that this was going on. The CFO that was referred to was legitimate, except he had died 2 years ago. So this whole thing was just a complete scam to get money. We would have not known until we were told, hey, why haven't you paid your bill? And we would have said, we did pay our bill, and we would have gone through that whole mess. So that's just innovative things that they're starting to do that mixes what we used to think was just digital to now the physical. And it's really getting to be interesting how they're doing that. So
I'd say good for you for catching it, not falling for it, because I know of a company, very large company that fell for something very similar, and $800,000 went out the door on a single invoice. And it was the same thing, a business email compromise where they were able to mimic a supplier or a vendor and then send what looked like very, very real invoices, and very similar scheme. So well, good for you for not falling for it. And I appreciate that. And I think that's a point to make, is that, everyone's a target, small, medium, large businesses, and don't be an easy mark, right? Situational awareness, cybersecurity, that cyber mindset, adversarial mindset's very key. If we could train that into our employees, even the fact that your admin came and said, hey, what's going on with this? What should I do here? That's the right questions to ask. Don't be afraid of asking those questions. And I think that's really, really critical and really, really important. So I appreciate that example very much. Mark.
Thanks, because that reminded me. Thanks, Gary. Security awareness training. If you're going to start anywhere, I don't know if it's the biggest, but one of the biggest bangs for your buck for stopping phishing is security awareness training for your employees. And even then, they're really good at faking email addresses. They're good at faking websites. But if your employees have never been trained on what to look for, and in some cases, like when HIPAA, you have to do training. If you don't do training and you get a breach, then it's your fault for not training your employees not to click that. And I'll give a quick example of what happened to me. And I didn't fall for it, thank goodness. I got an email, but they weren't real good at it. So you look for things like, bad English, or it just doesn't look right. This came from someone that I know. And they said, but this doesn't sound like something Jeff would say. And he says, wait, and he's wanting me to click this. And it just didn't sound right, didn't smell right. It's got to go with your instincts, trust but verify. And then the topper was that they had his phone number, but it was off by 1 digit. So, and I know the guy well enough. I picked up the phone, called him up, said, does this come from you? Thank goodness you didn't click that, Mark. My contact database was hacked, and they're sending out emails to all my contacts. It was more of a spam thing, but who knows? He said, I'm glad you didn't click it. I'm in the process of notifying people. So you kind of, security awareness training to your employees of what to look for, what to be suspicious of. If there's ever a question, call that person or report it to your security officer if you have one, and let them look at it. And then that's why they need to be notified so they can start looking out for this. So that was my one example that happened to me, but I was smart enough to call the guy.
Well, good on you too. I've been scammed recently. I'll confess. No, I actually did buy something off the internet. It felt bad, looked bad, but they let me use PayPal. So I figured I could get the money back. And sure enough, they gave me a tracking number, and it was this tent. And what came was a rhinestone flamingo necklace. worth about $1. So I tracked it all the way to home. The reason I even share that is because we can actually fall for it, and it's okay. Sometimes we do, and have a disaster recovery plan. So I used PayPal, so I was able to get my money back, which was the only smart thing. And I can tell you this, my wife and kids love that I got scammed, because they'd say, well, it happened to you. And so I think it's okay to admit those things. There's a famous YouTuber who goes by the name Jim Browning. I don't know if any of you ever heard of him, but he's a scam baiter. So what he does is he works with online or phone scammers, and then he traps them, does a bit of hack back to them, and then shares all of that information with the authorities in mostly in foreign countries. Jim Browning is not his real name. I had a chance to talk to him. Really, really nice guy. He's an Irish guy. And he was recently scammed. Somebody convinced him to basically delete his entire YouTube channel. And all he does as a hobby all day long is work with scammers. And what I loved about this video was he put the video out that actually showed him getting scammed. He recorded it because once he realized something was going wrong, he hit the record button and he shared that content with everyone. So talking about these stories about how, okay, yes, it's great that you guys didn't make those mistakes. I've made them before. Sometimes I catch them, which is good, I guess. But anyone can be scammed. So just that level of awareness is really, really important. So
I'm just not talking about the ones that
okay.
I didn't catch.
Fair enough. I don't blame you. Okay. So Nick, I want to turn it over to you to talk about that risk landscape. What do you see out there as common threats, common vulnerabilities, and some of the impact that you've seen from maybe those threats and vulnerabilities becoming realized?
Yeah, the identity theft is huge now, especially with all the federal money that's been coming out and talking about being a victim. I was a victim of identity theft through the employment fraud, and that can have a huge impact, not only to the employee, myself, potentially being on the hook if I don't follow the state steps just right and combating that claim, but also to the employer, and potentially the employer having to pay back some of that money as well. So you see those trends, tax time, you see tax related scams start coming up. We're getting into the holidays, so we're going to start seeing holiday related scams coming up, with Black Friday and Cyber Monday and all of those things kind of go with the season. We've even at IU Health, we've been seeing a lot of kind of scare tactics with executives' names being used in emails and trying to coax lower level employees into giving up information, and whether it's financial or passwords. So they've been around for years. So the attacks themselves are not necessarily new, but the sophistication levels get better and better. Where, when first looking into security back in my undergrad in the Nigerian prince schemes, the English was horrible. It was just atrocious. The English and the context and the effort that these criminals go to they spend a lot of time and a lot of effort, because just get it good enough to where it looks like it's coming from the CFO, CEO. The attack that Gary mentioned, I've seen a number of times throughout my career of, wanting to do the invoicing and all of that stuff. So it's just, the tricks are not new, but the sophistication level is there. The social engineering, where folks will come in, they'll try to drop a USB or some type of rogue device on the network, whether they're trying to get into that company's network, or they're just wanting to use their network for an additional attack. That's always a threat. So having proper networking security in place to make sure that those rogue IT devices aren't there. Also, so the employees aren't on, Xboxes and PS5s and all that other stuff when they should be working. But Yeah, that's unfortunately the phishing. It's the easiest. The reason why they keep doing it is because people keep falling for it, and it's very, very difficult to catch it through automated means. We want emails coming in. We don't want it so restrictive that people who need to be contacting us and want to do business with us can't get through. And to Mark's point, the security awareness training is important to help combat that, because the tools aren't going to always do it. They're good at automating or taking care of the bulk or kind of monotonous stuff, but at the end of the day, it's the individual that's going to have to go, maybe I shouldn't be in such a hurry to click on that link.
Yeah, thanks for that, Nick. So final question, and then we'll open it up for question answers. And I'm just going to stay right with you, Nick, on this one, and we'll go reverse order here. Kind of a good way to sum this up would be, the question and get some answers to what's the one action that you would recommend the most, or you have recommended the most, or something that we can all do to be better, cyber aware, cyber ready, and to help mitigate some of these things we've talked about. So from your perspective, what's the one thing, again, either you tell people the most or that you think we could all do?
Yeah. So the first thing is, the best cybersecurity comes in with having good IT in place. Proper configuration, proper training, proper staffing levels, not just throwing another solution or technology to solve something that isn't really going to do. So just basic IT configuration and just management is first and foremost. If you don't need it, a tool, don't put it in, because that's expanding your attack surface. The other thing is cyber awareness. We're in National Cyber Awareness Month. There's a ton of free resources out there for individuals and small businesses to go out and know what those basic cyber hygiene things are. Start there first. And then it's only time. You don't have to spend hundreds and thousands of dollars in tools and technology and people. It's taking what you have and getting it nice and properly configured or properly addressed now. Doesn't really require any additional funds. But then once you address those basic needs, then you can start focusing on those critical assets, those kind of wants versus the needs. So, but just start thinking about it. Don't get vapor locked on, there's so much to do. The only way we're going to climb the mountain is take one step, but you're never going to climb it if you don't take that first step.
Yeah, great. Appreciate that. Gary?
I know you said one, but I got two.
That's fair.
I think multi-factor authentication is number one in my list. I hate it. I never liked it when it was forced on me on a couple of systems. And since that time, we've been adding it across the board, and it just eliminates so many of the problems. The other thing is having, and this is not just something to say that you've got backups, but you need encrypted backups off-prem. And if you do that, you can recover from just about anything. You might be down for a little while, but it's those two things I think are your primary things.
Well, since we're by Crane Naval Base, I will use my submarine analogy. Compartmentalizing or segmentation. And this kind of goes back to zero trust. Put as much security on the inside as you would on the outside. So that if somebody does come in, the analogy is submarine has what, I don't know what they call them, not firewalls, but compartments. So that if one part, bulkheads, thank you. So if one bulkhead gets hit, it fills up that bulkhead and they close it off like they do in the movies. Hopefully nobody's in there. And then the rest of the submarine's okay, relatively okay. Same way on your network on the inside, segment, especially those do some, I don't know, some group policies where, okay, who needs access to secure data? or to sensitive data, put them on a separate network, put some firewalls on it on the inside, compartmentalize or segment your network on the inside so that if you do get a breach, hopefully it'll be kept to that one segment, and you're more likely to put some, not just a regular firewall, maybe an intrusion detection device or something that's, more current generation. If I were to say one thing that, because we already talked about multi-factor, that's a big thing, but multi-factor on the inside too. Because somebody could come in. Part of HIP is that there's a physical security aspect where we've done social engineering where we were able to walk in wearing a FedEx uniform or AT&T uniform and walk right into somebody's office and put a thumb drive in. Somebody finds a thumb drive in the parking lot or maybe even in the bathroom that says payroll. Well, who doesn't want to see what payroll says, right? So, and that's what, like Nick said, that's one way that could, or somebody brings a thumb drive from home that because it has music on it they like and they plug it in, right? So they could have a virus on it. So zero trust and compartmentalize or segment on the inside be my one thing.
Great. Thanks for that, Mark. So even though no one asked, I'll tell you mine. I got 3. Hire Sterling Group or CyberTAP to help with risk assessment. 1. If you have manufacturing processes need help, go to ITAMCO or listen to Nick's podcast. That's the 3 things that I would say you could do immediately to start fixing things on your end. No. So with that, we do want to open it up for questions and answers. I think this is a great panel for questions to be asked against. So yeah, we'll start over there. I'll bring the mic. How's that sound? Good range on these things?
Yeah, so I thought maybe weirdly enough, but the discussion on cybersecurity insurance risk was fascinating because we've heard a lot about that market opening up over the last few years. And of course, one of the historical challenges that the economics of cybersecurity folks talk about is how do we make the costs of cybersecurity intrusions readily apparent to businesses such that they understand what they need to spend in mitigation instead of having an event occur and then suddenly you have this catastrophic outcome and you're being very reactionary. So do you feel like cyber insurance has gotten to the point where it is forcing businesses to be preemptive in their investments because their cost is now the delta in those premiums? Or do you think there's still a ways to go, or is it kind of an in-between?
I'll answer real quick to hand it to you. What I'm seeing is that until cyber insurance really knew what risks they were taking by taking on these risky companies, that was a great fallback for that. I say, well, rather than implementing and spending a lot of money on security, I'll just get some cybersecurity insurance that'll pay for it if we get a breach. That worked for about a year, especially with COVID. And now it's like anything. The cyber insurance companies are going out, they lost money. So I think that's, in a way it's a good thing because like I said, this particular client is now actually implementing multi-factor authentication because they want to get cyber insurance. So that's my bit. There you go.
I have the same basic problems with major medical in that I think that the major medical companies have not done enough to help with the health and wellness portion of it and tie those factors together with how your premiums. So in other words, if you have a very responsive group that's very active, they ought to get some credit for that when they're looking at their premiums. I think the same thing holds true with cyber insurance. I don't think they're quite there yet. So I think it's coming. They may be able to implement it a little easier because like you said, HIPAA and medical, and none of us want to talk about our health issues. So that's a little bit tougher animal, but I think cyber will become more like that. I think they're going to basically give you templates. If you're not CMMC compliant, they're going to give you a template, say you've got to do this if you want our insurance.
Thanks for that. Armando, you had a question?
Yeah, this is more of a comment. Great information. Having done about a dozen of these across the country during the Cybersecurity Awareness Month, rarely has the topic of cyber insurance come up. I was at an event in Tampa and we had Lloyd's of London and a couple of other brokers that handle insurance for the defense industrial base, as well as obviously shippers. We were in the Tampa area, the port of Tampa. One of the things that one of the insurance companies had noted in terms of their risk assessment, they're starting to buy technology companies to go in and do the assessments, the cybersecurity assessments before they will underwrite, right? So they provide the information to underwriters. They're using external scans to assess, you know, and I proffered that an external scan for a 10-person company is not going to return a lot in terms of, because they don't have a lot of, you know, internet facing assets that you could determine risk from, but that's part of the practice is originally to start with that. So that's something to remember. The other thing is reading the fine print. Ransomware, it has changed the cyber insurance industry. There are two cases of litigation right now that go back to the 2017 cyber attack against the Ukraine. And you had a pharmaceutical company, you had Maersk, and one other company. There were collateral damage. They weren't the intended victims of the cyber attack. Really, it was the Russians attacking the financial system to shut down the export and import business of the Ukraine. But Maersk and those companies got hit. The litigation, you know, Maersk recovered, cost them about $300 million. You can Google that and you'll see it's pretty much on the record. They're now talking about it, a rare thing for a company of their size and scope to talk about what it cost them to recover from that ransomware attack. But two of the other companies that were impacted are suing. I won't name the companies that they're suing. It's public record, but I'm always uncomfortable talking about who's suing who, because the insurer did not pay the claim. Why? While they were not the intended victim, they asserted that it was a nation state act of war, terrorist attack. So that's a very fine print. And it's something that some of the insurance companies are now adding to their clauses, that depending on what the nature and source of the attack is, if it can be considered an act of war or terrorism, there's an exclusionary clause there. So just be mindful of that as you're dealing with cyber insurance.
Yeah. In addition
Great,
to
thanks for
that,
that.
in addition to that, the OFAC list, Treasury, the last administration, the Treasury Department, the federal government did come out and said, if you pay and the actors are in a country that is on the OFAC list, it's at the top of the tip of my tongue, that the Office of Foreign Asset Control. There we go. If they're on that sanction list, then you could be opening yourself up for prosecution for funding terrorists. So that got some cyber insurance companies a little bit on edge of, you know, paying the ransomware too. So I think
that's, thanks, Nick. I think that's a great point. Thank you, Armando. I think we have time for one, maybe two quick ones. Gene, did you have a question? Anyone else? Questions? It's going to be your last chance with this panel. All right, Gene, one last one.
Yeah, Nick, can you tell us more about the funding support for small businesses from IECC? Not familiar with it.
So the Indiana Executive Cybersecurity Council is from it's a council commissioned, for lack of a better term, by the Governor Holcomb. It's been in existence actually since Governor Pence. It's not really a funding source per se, but it is informational resources that we've put together. If you go to in.gov/cybersecurity, you can find all the resources that have been put together by all of the, I think there's 200 plus members from all levels of government, plus all industry verticals that are there. So in.gov/cybersecurity.
All right, great. Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Gary. Thanks, Mark. You'd all help me in thanking this panel. And over to the Master of Ceremonies, the new title.
All right, guys, thank you. Next up, we have George Bailey with Purdue CyberTAP, effective training and backups.
All right, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Good afternoon. So it is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Thank you, Nick, if you're still on listening to us. Raise of hands. Who, either as an employee or as maybe a champion at your company, Who has done anything cybersecurity awareness in this room? Okay, so spackling of hands. That's good. So my name is George Bailey. I'm a principal security consultant for the university. I work in the technical assistance program, and there's two things that are very important to me. One is risk assessment, right? Regardless of what you do in cybersecurity, the end game is to manage risk. The other aspect that I absolutely love is security awareness, because we'd heard on this panel that we can't just fix cyber issues with technology, right? Because the adversaries are driven, right? They're people, and people are going to outsmart technology any day. Even fast forward 10 years from now, when we have these super whiz bang AI driven cybersecurity tools, well, if the good guys have the AI, so will the bad guys, right? So our only defense is to use the best security technology that you already have in your company, and that is your employees, right? If you teach your employees how to identify anomalous, suspicious, rogue activity, and you teach them how to respond or alert it to someone in your organization who can make something happen with that information, right? That's better than any firewall you can deploy. It's better than any antivirus you're going to deploy. So today's talk is not, I'm not going to sell you on why you need to have cybersecurity awareness in your organization, because I think that's evident. You're here today, right? This event is essentially a cyber awareness event. But I do want to just highlight a few topic areas that I think every cybersecurity awareness program should focus on, and then just give a few examples. The ecosystem of cybersecurity awareness training it's massive, right? Whether you've got budget and you're willing to go out and purchase the state-of-the-art cybersecurity awareness campaigns and platforms, or you really want to do it on the cheap and look for free resources, right? So this deck really is going to keep me time-based, because I can just talk all day about cybersecurity awareness, but it's more of a resource. So download it. I'm sure you'll have access to it. Lots of links. And that's really the point of the slides, is really to keep me from rambling all day. A little bit about myself. I'm a 3-time Purdue graduate. As you've heard from a lot of folks from CyberTAP today, we truly do bleed black and gold. And we really do, we're a mission-driven organization. We really do want to improve the cyber posture of Indiana. And then the way we do that is just getting into people's faces as their friend and not their foe. As I mentioned earlier, I am a licensed high school teacher, but all through college, I worked IT. And when I got out of college, I could go get a computer science teaching job for $22,000 at the time, or I could go work an IT job for double that, right? As a young 21-year-old professional, it was not a hard decision. But so I take every opportunity I can to come to these types of events, because I do love teaching, and teaching isn't necessarily lecturing. It's about spreading the word on something that you need people to understand. Proud husband, father of 4, 25 years technology experience, 17 of those have been focused on cybersecurity. Of course, I've got a lot of credentials. You know, anyone in the business that long, you can't go without racking these things up. But certainly I have an opinion on certifications, and if you want to have a sidebar, happy to talk to them. So really, whether you are required to do cybersecurity awareness training per regulation, whether that's HIPAA, whether that's you have an ISO certification that you want to maintain, whether that is PCI, whether that is a future CMMC certification that you're pursuing, right? The reality is IT environments are getting very sophisticated, right? In many cases, your average employee really doesn't understand how they work, how they function. They've got a workflow, they've got a certain task, they've got procedures, but at the end of the day, they don't necessarily know what's risky and what isn't. It is our job as champions of the organization who need to keep data and information secure to train them on what they need to do. So the agenda for this brief talk is to really talk about why cyber education for the employee is not a nice to have anymore, right? I think it was evident, right? Ransomware, nation state actors, denial of service attacks. We've heard a lot today about what the threats are to our organizations. And we've heard some recommendations on some possible solutions. And cybersecurity awareness education for your employee is just one of those solutions. But I'll argue it's probably one of the better ones. We're going to cover some of the basics, some training topics that I would recommend, regardless of what industry you serve. And we're going to finish up with just basically, I'm going to introduce you to some free and paid services, ones you find on the internet, right? The reason why I did that is because if you go searching for cybersecurity awareness, if you just open up your browser and use your favorite search engine and search for training, you will literally find thousands and thousands of links. So trying to weed through that. So I've weeded through some of that for you. So why training? All right, well, we know it's required for a lot of things. It's starting to become required for cyber insurance. It's required for a lot of different regulatory frameworks. You know, if you are someone who's going to adopt the NIST cybersecurity framework, security awareness training is one of those things that you'll have to implement, right? If you want to get to any level of maturity, that's just one of those check boxes. And I would propose to you that if you just go for the checkbox, don't bother, right? Because you can prove to the auditors, yeah, we're doing an hour a year CBT, they take a quiz, but if you're not getting to the point where you're changing someone's knowledge, their abilities, and most importantly, changing their behaviors, right? If it's not a cultural shift of why you're doing cybersecurity education, you're not going to be very successful, right? You're going to find that you're checking that box and you're still getting people that are clicking through your simulated phishing messages, and they're likely clicking through the real ones as well. So I said it earlier, right? Your employees are your best security technology. If we teach them, they will, you know, they want to do a good job. And if we make employee response as part of their job, they will do it. If we incentivize them, if we gamify security awareness training, it's amazing the outcome you will have, right? Right. It's difficult to protect data if users don't understand the basics. And the basics is, we're huge digital transformation in the last year and a half, right? People are now working from home, whereas they've never done it before. So now they might be sitting at the kitchen table using personal computing when maybe you wouldn't have ever authorized that in the past. And maybe that's great for productivity, but they also need to understand that while they're having Facebook open on the same browser as they have the ERP system open, that potentially opens the door for browser attacks to the ERP system. Not to say that you may not ban personal devices, but just inform them, hey, if you're going to be doing sensitive company work, try not to commingle with personal work. So training, you know, what should it address? You know, the respond and report are probably the two main points that every cybersecurity awareness message that you present to your employee base needs to convey and reinforce. They need to understand how they personally respond. Is it just delete a message and forget it? Is it, or, you know, do they have a formal obligation to respond? Is there an email that they forward suspicious activity to? Is there a phone number that they can call? Particularly if you're a large organization and, right, they may not be able just down the hall from the IT department. But understanding basic cybersecurity as it relates to their role in the company, right? So I was at a new client last week, and I was speaking with the CFO, and they had just hired a new accounts person 3 days prior. And then that morning before I arrived, the accounts person got an email saying from him, the CFO, asking for her to confirm the balance on the bank account and if she could pay this invoice. Well, the email was spoofed. She did respond to the adversary. She didn't wire or she didn't pay the invoice, but she did disclose the balance of the bank account to the adversary. And then, right, when we did our tour, there was a very small office. He introduced me to this person and she brought it up to him in my presence. And he said, no, I didn't send you that email. But, you know, she had posted on LinkedIn that she'd taken this new job. She's very excited. And the adversaries know that, right? So they know who our employees are. They're watching that activity. And if they see an opportunity where they can attack a vulnerable new employee who wants to do a good job, they will, right? So if their job is to pay invoices, maybe they should know pretty early on in that onboarding process that they're never going to get a request to do a wire transfer over email. That's something that's going to come across maybe an interoffice mail, maybe that's a voicemail, maybe it's a verbal conversation. If you're a large organization, maybe that's going to, you know, there's going to be a system. It's going to come from an ERP system, an invoice management system, something of that nature. It's never going to be a random email on your third day at work. They should understand the threats and the vulnerabilities to your industry vertical, right? So if you are working in the DIB, the defense industrial base, and you're making parts and widgets for a large DoD contractor, they probably need to understand that the potential adversary is another country, right? It's not just the eBay hobbyist looking to buy a spare hard drive off of eBay to siphon off data. It literally is a potential nation state wanting to get into the environment so they can attack the much larger organization, right? And if you're a small business, regional, think about, I have a lot of healthcare clients that, they're worried about the whole cyber physical space of healthcare is very intimate. What happens if you lose a family member and you believe that it's the physician's fault, negligence, right? Could someone use a cyber attack in order to, pay the physician back, if you will, versus, coming in the old days where, would actually confront the physician, right? So understanding that there's a physical side of cyber as well. And a lot of industries have that issue that their employees just don't think about. Now, a lot of the frameworks will allow you as an organization to set the cadence of how often you train your employees. And it's not a one and done, right? If you do it at onboarding, here's your 1 hour CPT, take your quiz, and then you never talk about cybersecurity again, it's not going to be any good, right? So make it part of your wellness program. Make it part of, team building events. There's great capture the flags, escape rooms. There's lots of different team building you can do within small teams, within large departments that support cybersecurity awareness, but you're not actually talking about bits and the bytes and, try to make it personal to them, because if you teach them how to protect themselves at home, they're actually protecting themselves at work. So some of the topics, if you really want to change the knowledge, attitudes, and behaviors, there's 3 things that we like to focus on within my department, and that is to secure your environment. That's the physical space, right? When it's time to go home for the day, make sure your computer's logged off or locked, right? If it's in a system that doesn't get turned off. But if you're working in an environment where there's sensitive documentation, lock it up, right? So secure your environment. Secure your data, right? There's lots of things that we need to be telling our employees about how to secure data. And just a few that I put up there is data classification and sharing. If they're working with your intellectual property, right? The Coca-Cola recipe is one of the longest held secrets. And why is it a secret? Because the employees that have access to that information know it's a secret and they know the rules when they're handling that secret, right? So whatever your secret sauce is, your employees need to understand what they're allowed to do and what they can't do with it. So we need to classify that data and we need to give data sharing and distribution type guidelines. Password best practices, don't raise your hand, but how many people, maybe have a couple of go-to passwords? Maybe you have a social media password and you use that same password across Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, however many other hundreds of social media sites. And maybe you've got one that you use for financial services, but those passwords are strikingly similar, right? Your employees aren't any different, right? They're going to do password management that is easy for them. They're not going to do password management that's easy for the business. That's not necessarily best for the business. I do a lot of password hygiene assessments, and what I find out is that even domain administrators, right, the IT professionals that should know better, have horrible passwords. And you know what? Every one of their employees have horrible passwords. I don't blame the employees, right? They're fulfilling the technical requirements. They have 8-character passwords, uppercase, lowercase, special character. But think about it. Uppercase, password 1, 8 characters, uppercase, number. That will fit the complexity of any system unless they've got elevated requirements. Password 1, I see all the time. And it spends no time to reverse it. Right? When we do those hygiene assessments, I'm not even hitting enter yet. And I know it's in the system. Malware defenses. Antivirus is, I'm probably wrong on the statistics, but it's only about 30 to 40% effective these days, right? It's gonna rule out the noise. But if you are truly attracted to a target, right? If you have an attacker that wants to get into your environment, they're not going to buy malware that everyone else is seeing. They're going to get a custom strain, and you are going to be the only network that's ever seen that malware. Right? That's the reality of today. Your antivirus is not going to see it because it'll see it, but it's not going to look malicious, right? Unless you've got some advanced heuristic-based AI that's sandboxing that malware, it's running it, it's looking at the intent. So we need to tell employees, right? Be mindful. Obviously, we tell them don't open attachment that you don't trust. But how often are you reinforcing that statement? Secure yourself. Phishing, social media. And we've heard a couple of times today about the USB in the elevator or the bathroom stall. That stuff works because people at our root are customer service oriented. If you find a thumb drive, you want to return it to the owner, right? So, oh my goodness, someone's lost their entire life's work. But what if it is not a friendly, right? What if your employee finds one and they plug it into the work computer at home where they don't have the defenses of your typical network monitoring that you would have in the office, right? They're behind their firewall, which is a little Netgear Soho wireless router. Secure environment, secure data, and secure yourself. Those are 3 pretty simple areas, and you can build all kinds of different enriching, challenging, engaging awareness material just looking at those 3 categories. The who, the what, the how of security response strategy. So again, bad things happen to good organizations all the time. Employees need to know, right? The time is clicking. So every time they click something and something bad happens, we can't let them sit on it for hours or days before they let someone know. Right. So there has to be this method, and they need to know what it is, whether it's an email, a phone call, an anonymous message. They need to be able to report when something bad happens. Okay. So what can you do, right? So only about half the room showed their hands when I asked about cybersecurity engagement this month. If we want to train our employees, any one of these 4 sources is a good bet, right? It's going to be topical. It changes. So as you reuse it from quarter to quarter, as you onboard employees, or if you do, however, whether the cadence you choose, small business administration, it's good from a compliancy perspective because you get about an hour's worth of training, self-paced, they can come back, right? They don't have to do it all in one setting. And at the end, they'll get a little certificate. Your compliance managers can file it away in their personnel record. So if you ever have an auditor that asks, you can pull out your employee's file, you've got their certificate, right? Again, kind of checking the box a little bit, but this is at least getting your feet wet. Treetop Security Awareness Training, they are a small sort of a cybersecurity boutique in Texas. They give a lot to the community. And what they've developed is, I don't want to say it's groundbreaking, but it's for what you get for the price, it's fabulous, right? They've got YouTube channels, they've got slide decks, comes with quizzes, comes with regular messaging that you can put on bulletin boards or emails or wallpapers, and they give it all away for free, right? They're very passionate about security awareness. CoFence, they are a phishing simulation company. We use them, but they give away computer-based training. So if you're a larger organization and you have the means to host HTML5 modules within your web server, this is a good source of training as well. And then ESET's an antivirus company. Most antivirus companies have some form of security awareness. ESET just happens to give it away. Any of these would get, Georgia's stamp of approval as getting your foot wet or your, in security awareness training. There are some paid sources, and obviously you get what you pay for. So the free sources, although they are good, they're kind of a one and done. Whereas there are some paid ones where it's very a program approach, where this is what you're gonna do first. And when you deliver that, you got a second stage and a third stage, and it just keeps on going. It's never really done because, again, awareness is never really done. KnowBe4, you've probably heard of them. Kevin Mitnick is their CTO, world-renowned hacker from the 80s that spent some time in a federal penitentiary. Well, he's now one of the good guys. So great program. And it's about $15 per head, right? So depending on the size of your organization, it can get cost prohibitive very, very quickly, but it's a good option. Wombat Security is very similar to KnowBe4. They also do phishing simulation, CoFence as well, phishing simulation. So those top three are your main, hey, I want to phish my employees, but I want to do it safely. One of those three will probably be one of your top searches. And ESET has their free offering. They have a more robust offering that you can subscribe to. And again, these are just ones that I have personally seen or have got to experience. There are hundreds out there. So that was training for your run-of-the-mill employee, whether they are a knowledge worker sitting at a computer all day, or they work in shipping and they're shipping boxes, right? Every employee needs some form of security awareness. These next sources are really for that IT professional, right? We hire a new IT person, and before you know it, they're in charge of everything. They're managing the Windows servers, they're doing the email. Oh, by the way, you gotta handle our security as well, because you're our only IT person. Well, how do you know that they're up to speed with the current state of the art on cybersecurity? Well, you can make them develop a professional development plan and throw in some of these free trainings. Texas A&M Extension, very similar to the TAP program here at Purdue, but they serve the state of Texas, where they give they serve a lot of law enforcement. So they've taken a lot of that training and a lot of cyber stuff, and they've basically given it away to the public. It's all DHS funded. Cybrary, you probably heard of Cybrary. They're an online education institution. They do regularly offer free trainings. I've taken a few Cybrary courses in my life, trying to get continuing professional education credits to maintain my certifications. Very good material. Coursera is an online university. They also provide a lot of free material. You can audit just about any of their stuff, get the full program, full 16-week classes. You just don't get any credit if you don't pay. And then there's the USA Learning. So if you have a veteran in your workforce, lots of good training. And if you're a veteran, it's free. Right. Other services that are paid, LinkedIn Learning, of course. So if you're an organization and you provide LinkedIn Learning to your workforce for professional development, there is a ton of IT and cybersecurity courses. And this is actually pretty good stuff. Like when my team comes to me and say, George, I want to get this new certification. Can I have $5,000? I'm like, well, have you looked on LinkedIn Learning yet? No. Well, go watch that and come back to me. And they come back and say, you know what? I just pay for my exam because I think I've got this covered. So it is pretty good stuff. Udemy is an online source, very much like Coursera and Cybrary. You know, their courses are anywhere from $10 to hundreds of dollars. And if you watch them closely, they always go on sale. So if you have a system administrator and they really want to learn more about malware analysis, buy them a couple of Udemy vouchers and let them have fun. InfoSec Institute, again, these are just a sampling of sources, but these are ones that I've used as a student, as a supervisor supporting my staff, and it's all quality stuff. So hopefully we'll have time for questions. And, you know, don't wait until next October to kickstart your cybersecurity awareness program. Right? These are things that, you know, this month were literally thousands and thousands of things, webinars, white papers, YouTube videos that were released in the support of this topic. So questions, comments? Yeah, I'll give you the mic so they can hear you.
With your training there, are those courses pretty much the best way to have a training program for your employees, or do you need to invite somebody special out to talk to them, or?
No, so, you know, for a training program for your employees, you know, this sampling of free training sources is literally just a drop in the bucket. You certainly don't need to go out to a partner that source this material, right? If you know your IT environment well, if you know the business practices, if you know how data flows in your environment, and you understand what's risky, what's critical, right? If someone were to disclose a document or a drawing, a schematic, whatever your business is, how devastating is that to your business, right? If you could just communicate what you believe to be the core risks to your organization and give some points on how they can improve their day-to-day interactions with those in the environment so that doesn't happen, that's a wonderful start, because what you're doing is you're making their actions unique to their job. So this training is good, but it's not going to be specific to your business. To check that box, if you have an auditing requirement, you certainly don't have to go out and do this. This will just help expedite the process.
Hey, George, I just want to how do these resources compare with Department of Defense cyber awareness?
So that stuff's pretty good. I think sometimes the message is a little bit heavy-handed when it's coming from DoD, but it is a lot of the same message, right? Beware of phishing, beware of your presence on social media, be mindful of how you reuse passwords, you know, enable MFA, multi-factor authentication, on every service that you possibly can, and knowing you're going to have 3 or 4 different apps on your phone to manage that. But some of the stuff here, the USA Learning, a lot of that comes from CISA and DISA and the DoD side. They just open source it for veterans. No more questions? Okay. Anyone want to guess what my password is? Yes, sir. There are. So ISC Squared is a certification body, and they have the Center for the name is escaping me, but Garfield is their mascot. All right. So they went out and they licensed the use of mascot of Garfield the cat, and they have lots of material. And if you're an educator or your kids' educators, you can get someone like me who'll come in and present ISC Squared official training appropriate for the age. So we have them for the real small guys. We've got middle schoolers, we've got high schoolers, and then now we have senior training. So, right. So if you want to get into train your parents who are now maybe getting online for the first time and are weary of doing something wrong. Yeah. So, but there is a lot of that. So Raspberry Pi has a foundation, and they do a lot of coding. With that, they try to teach good cyber hygiene. The Boy Scouts have a badge, right? So if you have a Boy Scout troop in your city, certainly they need people to help train the Scouts, but then, parents obviously are allowed to participate in those meetings. The Girl Scout now has a cyber badge as well. So if you have a daughter in the Girl Scouts, they have exposure to cyber awareness training as well. Good question. Heath?
All right, next up, we have Mr. Brent Williams, president of AME Group.
Hello. Okay. Hey, good news is I brought a timer up with me so I don't go over time. And I'm very much, I know I'm standing between you and snacks and different things. So whenever they were designing the agenda for this, they said, what can we put after lunch and before snacks as an engaging topic to talk about? And obviously backups came up. Said that's something we really want to focus on. So as mentioned earlier, my name is Brent Williams. I'm the president of the AME Group. We are a Indiana-based MSP, MSSP with a security practice. So just a little bit about us. We're an employee-owned organization. We've got about 230 employees spread throughout Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Louisiana. But we were started, we grew up in Indiana, and we've had a great relationship with Purdue MEP and have worked with them. And we work with several defense contractors and help them with IT and other related items. So make sure I got this here. Okay. So a couple things I'm sure a lot of the discussion that we've had in here today has been around the prevention and detection side of your data and data in the industry and how we're protecting it. But I thought it was important that we talk a little bit about some of the recoverability side of things. So we can always try and prevent these things from happening, but we need to be preparing for when and if an event happens. And so that's why we wanted to talk just a few minutes about backup and recovery. So many times backups are considered an afterthought. So your organization says, hey, do we have backups? Yeah, we've got them. Great. How often is that tested? How often do you have a formal process for who manages that and who works through that? Our firsthand experience, and we've got over 800 clients that we work with that we're their IT department, and adding that extra client that comes in whenever they come to us and say, we've had a cyber event, we're in real trouble, we need some help. The firsthand experience of seeing the disasters that are out there when backups haven't been thought about and managed. Most of the executives have admitted that, going back to the prevention and the recovery side of things, is they have to think about not just if we get hacked, but they have to plan as if they're going to get hacked and really have those exercises, and several of the groups that were up here today, whether they were, on the panel talking about those tabletop exercises and those types of things, you need to take the time to plan through a recovery operation. And then the security landscape is changing so quickly, it's just not prevalent to think that you're always going to block everything that's out there. You need to be prepared. Got some data up here that came from the Unit 42 report from Palo Alto Networks. So I know this was talked about in several of the group discussions up here, is that ransomware is becoming just a huge part of our industry and of cost and organizations. The average ransomware demand last year was $847,000. That's significant no matter what size organization you're at. The average ransom that was paid was $312,000. That's up from $115,000 the year before. So they mentioned the COVID exposure, more people working from home, more attack points, more companies have been forced to pay that. Average ransom demand for a small to medium-sized business was $718,000, and clearly average ransomware on a large organization is running about $3 million. So all of those items are increasing. The attack vectors that are out there, the incidents when they're happening, they're continuing to do this because they're getting paid through that. Second thing to understand is that if you don't have a good backup and you have to pay that ransomware, you're really going to pay that twice. You're going to pay the ransom, and then you're not going to let your data get decrypted and then turn around and keep using that existing system. You're going to have to go back in and rebuild it, do the cleansing, do the processes that are out there. So just thinking that you've got insurance and that you're going to pay that, you're really going to pay double through that process. And then we're starting to see an increasing number of double extortion and triple extortions where you pay the initial ransom and then they've still got those hooks into your network. You don't get it cleaned up in time and they're coming back through that. So all reasons why we feel like backups are a legitimate discussion topic to have and something to work through. So securing your production data is no longer enough. 73% of attacks that took place last year involved encrypting the data for clients. So they're not just stealing it, they're encrypting what you've got and they're working through that. 94% of companies got their data back, 6% did not. Many of those went out of business. 56% of those companies restored their backup or data from a backup, which obviously means the difference between those two, 38% out there had to pay the ransom to get those items that are out there. Having your backup in the cloud, kind of misspoke on this. It says does not reduce. It doesn't eliminate your risk of having your backup data encrypted and working through that. Cyber insurance carriers have begun to ask for proof of due diligence in securing your backups through that process. So that was definitely discussed earlier. I was talking with our insurance provider for our organization, and he was telling me last year they paid out 3 times the amount in cyber insurance than they did for fire, flood, damage, those other items combined. So it definitely has the attention that's out there. If it was also discussed earlier, those applications to get cyber insurance, those things used to be about a page long. You went through, you checked the box, you worked through them. The last one we filled out last week was 18 pages long and required artifacts to be presented, proving and showing what was being done. So the cyber insurance companies are definitely trying to recoup and get a handle on their exposure. So much of the new malware that's out there is not only encrypting your production data, but it's actually going out and targeting your backup data. If you look through some of the code for it, it's looking through common backup extensions. It's looking for processes that are running on a nightly basis. Anything that has backup in it, they're actively searching for how to get that. And why are they doing that? Because 56% of those companies did not pay their ransom to get their data back. So really, really tightly tied in there. We work with several instances with clients that will bring us in and they'll find that they thought they had backups, but not only did they encrypt the production data, they also encrypted the backups as well. And they're getting very smart about that. So they're not going in and flipping a switch and just encrypting everything from the very beginning. They're starting to target and attack those backups early and waiting to get to the production data until they're ready for the final event, because they don't want you to notice that your backups have been encrypted. They want to let that run, so they've really got you on the hook. So obviously in 25 minutes, we're not going to make you experts on backup. I do have a technical background, but I didn't design this to be an in-depth technical process, but I do want to discuss some of the very basic things in there. We throw acronyms around as an industry like no others. So I'm going to say for this purpose, I'm going to be your VCO, your virtual Captain Obvious, and state the obvious things that you need to do. Lock the front door, keep the windows locked, etc. So basics for dealing with your archives, encrypt your backup archives. So make sure that they're not just open on the network. Make sure they're not easy for those algorithms to go out and search and find out. Encrypt those yourself. Focus on your physical security. Understand that there's your production data, but also the physical security of your backups. If you're pushing those into the cloud, if you've got access to those and you're actually doing physical backups, not as many anymore, but tapes or removable storage that's in there, make sure that you're thinking about the physical security of those. Also, make sure that you're making sure that you've got a successful completion. So sadly, many times, the only time a backup has been tested or verified is when you need to go back and use it. And you don't realize that you've had a problem for 2 or 3 months with some piece of data that's out there. So ensure that you've got a successful completion of the backups, and do that through backup testing and validation that's out there. Most of the new tools that are out there and the providers are offering some form of a backup verification and testing. And I'll talk a little bit more about those items here in a few minutes. Very popular process around backups is to practice the 3-2-1 principle. So keep 3 copies of your data, 1 primary of your backup, two additional backup copies that are out there. 2, keep those backup copies on 2 different media. Don't be reliant on just one type of media or one way of recovery. And then 1, I apologize, I can't see the screen up there. 1 through that process is make sure that one of those copies is offsite, preferably cloud-based or some other way that's automated, that you don't have to be dependent on a physical resource to be moving that off. So item number 6, know what you're backing up and have reasonable expectations. So we see this all the time where someone has got a solid backup of their system, but then they say we've got a 48-hour recovery time and their backups are in the cloud and they've got 12 terabytes of data that's out there. That's not going to be reasonable for that to be restored within that 48-hour period. So really be thinking about your critical systems, understanding what is going to be reasonable to return those, and do you have your backups segregated in such a way that you can get to what you need to and get that restored for your critical systems. So it was discussed earlier about, at a very high level, isolating your backups on the network. And that's a critical piece that's out there. Ideally, you would, here's some ways that you can handle that isolation. You can install an internal firewall, literally segment the network where you don't have the backups with access to the general production data is very common and very effective. If you're utilizing a backup appliance to do that, many of those have a built-in firewall. It's amazing how many times we come in and that's not been enabled and not been turned on. VLAN your network and put access rules in place. So very few people, very few processes should be getting access to your backups that are out there. So no need to have, in many cases, even some of the lower tier IT people on the network do not need access to that. It needs to be a very high privileged access that's allowed to get to those backups. Don't allow your backups to be accessible by the common file share protocols such as SMB, NFS, FTP. Those are the items that the bad actors are going to be utilizing to exfiltrate that data out of your network. Don't make it easy on them. Eliminate those protocols from those devices and how that's working. Separate your backup appliances from the rest of the network and server infrastructure. If you do have it on an appliance and you don't need to VLAN that process. We see many times where the backup server and the backup software are running in a virtualized environment on the same physical hardware that the production data is. It's very, very easy to work within. We do recommend some type of an appliance as opposed to sharing the same physical hardware that's out there for that. Kind of methods for hardening your backup security. So consider using non-domain accounts and multi-factor authentication. That way, if your domain gets compromised, that same account, that same keys to the kingdom they've got is isolated and not a part of your backup solution. Establish a computer in the zone where the backups are having and have all backup activity managed from that device. Doesn't have to be a massively powerful device, just something that it's only used to get to your backup data. So it's not being shared for updating the company's social media post and those other types of things. Restrict access to the backup computer to specific computers or users, whoever's responsible for that activity. We talk a lot about these external actors that are out there, but internal sabotage is always something that's a possibility out there. Matter of fact, it's far more frequent than it is from somebody from the outside getting in, is that someone internally, whether intentionally or unintentionally, creates a problem by being over privileged on the network, what they're working through. And if available, again, broken record, firewalls on the backup appliances, restrict that access to just the systems that need to be communicating with that. So other things that you can do when you look for resilient and ransomware aware backup solutions. So you can think about immutable backup access, whether that's S3 through Azure or S3 through Amazon or Azure Blob Storage, where it's write once, read many. That way, once you've written that out there, they cannot encrypt the backups. They can't change the data. Once it's written, it's permanently there in stone and can't be done. Very effective, very easy way to do that. Some backup vendors such as Datto include extra protection. So in those cases, a lot of software out there today, whenever they take the backup, they will actively scan it for signs of potential, I mentioned earlier, they get in and they encrypt the backups over time before they launch the production attack. So Datto scans every backup that's taken and looks for signs of malware and scans those independently, which is also a feature on several other backup platforms. And then consider air-gapped media such as removable drives, rotating tapes, if you're not wanting to use one of these other solutions that are out there. Anything physical that can be isolated from the network and somewhere that might be compromised can certainly be considered in there. I would probably look at, from a priority standpoint, look at something like item 2 first, 1 second, and 3rd, resorting back to physical media that's out there. There's just too much that can go wrong with that. So from the backups, you've got this question, is it all or nothing? How many times does a new application get purchased or something is bought in the cloud and you think you've got all of your data backed up, but new applications are going to be out there. So you've really got to look at your data and ask, all or nothing. Are we backing up everything? Or are we only backing up certain pieces of data? You've got to look at which backups should you restore first and make sure that you've got a plan in place, not when the event happens, but outline this ahead of time. Do that tabletop exercise where you've gone through a restore of the systems and determine, what order do you need to restore those in? What systems got the critical data that's out there? Everybody knows the story of the Colonial Pipeline disaster that happened and how that affected us. Not commonly known is that not only did they pay the ransom, but they still ended up going back to several backups and having to use those to restore it because the encryption algorithm decoding was so slow that it was going to be months before all of their data, even though they paid the ransom. So you've got to know what data you're restoring, what kind of time frame you're looking at to actually perform that restore. So how often should you test your backups that are out there? Again, many of the software packages that are out there today will actually do testing. So you can have them where they'll do boot testing and actually boot the image up inside of the backup software, take a picture of whether they got to the login screen or not, capture any errors that came up during that virtual spin up. It's very effective through there and will certainly let you know when you've got a problem. Application and functionality testing for your core applications. We suggest that you do a test restore on a quarterly basis to make sure that you've got those. Even if you've got the boot logs that are coming up and showing the servers up, do a test on a quarterly basis with your critical systems. Recovery process testing, again, with the whole tabletop exercise and really going through that. Many times companies go to restore a backup and they realize that they maybe didn't back up 2 or 3 critical systems that have to be in place around Active Directory or other things. That's a very simple example, but make sure that you can actually go through the process of restoring your data. And you can see just as an example of going through and restoring those on a quarterly basis. Other thing I would ask, I would say you need to look at is your vendor SLAs. When it's time to recover from a backup that's out there, make sure that you've got a priority. So if I'm working through a backup issue and it's got a series of files that it's trying to recover or trying to back up, it's really a hindrance. I'm not getting, I'm getting an error message on that backup. I may be okay waiting 4 hours for response time from support as I work through that. So many times customers will come to us and they'll be having a problem and we'll go to the backup vendor and it's an immediate urgent issue and we're still in that queue waiting 4 to 5 hours. So look at your backup software. If it's a vendor that you're utilizing, make sure that you understand the SLAs and that you're going to be able to get access to that information when you need to. Having it happen in the middle of an event is never fun. Just got a few minutes left here to cover some things. So obviously in 25 minutes, we aren't going to make you an expert on backup alone, but I wanted to throw a few things in there around patch management. I've heard some of these discussed earlier. Patch management is so critical that's out there. Software has become so bloated, so many lines of code, so many unintentional vulnerabilities. You have to stay current on your patching. And the way to do that is to know your inventory. Make sure you know what you've got, what you need to be patching. You need to be using some type of an automated solution to do that patching. Don't think it's enough to just go around on your networks and turn on the Windows automatic updates that are out there. That'll work till it doesn't work and work through that process. Make sure that you're also not rolling patches out that you haven't personally approved and tested. So many times patches create additional issues that are out there. It needs to be done from a managed platform. You need to be patching your OS. You need to be patching your third-party applications that are out there. And you also need to be patching your line of business apps. Make sure that you're getting good reporting out of whatever patching solution that you're using. It's not just good enough to push the updates and hope everything got loaded. Lots of software on your systems, lots of software on your servers. Sometimes there's conflicts and interact and patches don't work through that process. So make sure you've got solid reporting on how well you're patched. And then action those missing and failed patches that are out there. So many times IT organizations are out doing firefighting. They're dealing with the problem of the day. They're addressing that. These missing patches need to be prioritized out there because it's a massive security concern. If you just say, we'll get back around to those, very frequently that doesn't happen. So from a patching standpoint, I think there's a lot of discussion out there and a lot of fear that gets put in place on these 0-day exploits, right? There's something sitting on my network. Nobody knows that it's an issue. Somebody's going to reach out here and exploit that network, and then I'm going to be, in big trouble through that process. That is not, although that does exist today, and you can mitigate some of that with EDR solutions for endpoint detection and response that are more AI based and can work through those. But the vast majority and the largest and most costly hacks that are out there, they're not from those zero-day exploits. They're from systems that are, or exploits that have been out there and been patched for months and sometimes years. A couple of years ago with the Equifax hack that took place that's out there, we talk about the inventory and making sure you patch that. They had patched every server on their network, which was hundreds of servers, except for 2 web servers that were sitting out there that were missing. I believe it was an Adobe patch that was out there, which is how the attackers got in here. And that vulnerability had been known for years that was out there. It was just not patched on that organization. So most of the ransomware that's out there that's bought as a toolkit or bought as a service, if you will, you know, they're not releasing those on day one of those zero-day patch vulnerabilities. They're trying to leverage and, you know, known vulnerabilities that have been out there for years and months. It goes without saying, run current operating systems. It was discussed out there, if you're running Windows XP, Windows 7, something like that, you've got a massive problem. The OSs need to be current that's out there. Most of the software that's out there today uses some type of a database technology on the back end of it. Cannot tell you how many servers we run into when we're doing assessments or security review assessments that are still running SQL 2008, which hasn't been patched in a couple of years now, that's out there. Make sure you're staying on the current operating systems and current platforms that are being tied to that. You know, the vulnerabilities out there only have to target your weakest link. So, and there are occasions, we've run into this, some Fortune 500 companies have a very proprietary system that runs that's based on an old technology they've not replaced yet. If you have to run on an old OS or something like that, just isolate it from the network as much as you can. But you really should be on the current processes. And so somehow I'm down to 13 seconds here. So just wanted to point this out. I always find it funny, especially after our last presenter. You know, you've got defense in depth, you're patching all your systems. You've got 24/7 monitoring, alerting. You've got annual audits that are taking place for compliance auditing. You've got an experienced IT team that you've trained to the hills. You've spent a ton of money on that. You've got a dedicated security team that's out there, and one user clicks on the wrong email and it's all for nothing. So definitely make sure that you train your users. You're only as strong as your weakest link. So is there any questions? I know a riveting topic to discuss. Right. 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 Yeah, most definitely. It's always right. It's that first 60 or 70% of things that you do that are probably going to protect you through most things. When you look at the budgets that I'm sure Maersk and other companies have for cybersecurity, that's obviously very targeted and regardless of the budget, these companies get compromised, Target, all of these organizations that are out there. In the SMB side, like I said, most of the malware that's out there is taking advantage of things that can be handled with end user training, with patching, with all of those things. It's the simple things that are out there. You don't necessarily, it's always great if you have a SIM solution, something where you're actively doing threat monitoring and hunting. Again, not every business has that in their budget. And certainly those, from a defense contracting side that are working on thin margins, working through that. So yeah, most definitely, lock the front door, close the windows at night, set the alarm, do the simple stuff. It really has the biggest impact that's out there. Most of the time when we find an issue, it's because someone wasn't patching their systems or thought they had it patched and they didn't work through that. So most definitely. Any other questions? All right, I guess on to the cookies. So.
All right, we are on break until 3, and then we'll hear from Mr. Gene Jones himself. And I always forget snacks and drinks in the back room. Everyone, 5 minutes until our next speaker. 5 minutes.
Is it on now? Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon. I only have 14 minutes working on 13 minutes, so if we don't start soon, I'll only have 12 minutes. All right, Samantha said I had to be entertaining. And I said, well, I don't need to be entertaining. All of these folks just came back. The room was emptying out. Now we have all of these people back. They must have come to see Gene. And then someone over at that table said, no, they came back for the beer. I'm Eugene Jones. I work for the Purdue Manufacturing Extension Partnership. And my colleague from Purdue MEP there is Michael Dees. So I'm going to be more interactive this late in the afternoon to sort of, generate some energy. Did anyone in this room briefly look at the bio that was in the digital advertising about me? Come on, someone had to have read the bio. Okay, Morgan read the bio and she only raised her hand so I would continue and go on to the next topic. So if you read my bio, you'd see that I spent 20 to 30 years in the Navy as a submarine officer, nuclear trained submarine officer. So you're asking yourself, what? What am I doing on the stage with cyber? I stayed at a Mainstay Suites last night. All right, go to the next one. Oh, I'm doing this. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so the topic of this session is it was maturity model, but that's shorthand for the cybersecurity maturity model certification. Is there anyone in this room after 2 years of being bombarded with CMMC who doesn't know what CMMC is? Anybody at all? Just one person. Okay, thank you. There's so I will go to this. Otherwise, I would have to skip this slide totally and spend my time on something else. There's 17 capability domains in it, which NIST 800-171, which is protecting controlled unclassified information in non-federal system, had 14 domains. Now the cybersecurity model added 3: recovery, situational awareness, and asset management. All right. So that's one thing. And there are specific levels for CMMC. Level 1 is basic. There's only like 15 to 17 controls there, no documentation required, and it's just basic cyber hygiene. If your company only gets federal contract information, then they're only required in the future potentially to be at CMMC level 1. CMMC level 2 is supposed to be just a transitionary level, but CMMC level 3 really generates, for the clients that we talk to, most of the conversation, because if you're going to make something in manufacturing, then you need the design prints, which means you have controlled and classified information, which makes you at CMMC level 3, and it's managed, and it's good cyber hygiene. So first question, is good cyber hygiene going to prevent or significantly reduce the risk of a targeted attack by a state sponsor at your company? If you spend $100,000 on it in a year getting to CMMC level 3, will you be able to ward off a concentrated attack? So question usually means somebody responds with, no, it doesn't. It means that those attacks of opportunity will be prevented if you're at good cyber hygiene, which is the goal. Okay, now here's the part that many people forget. Even if you've talked about CMMC, cybersecurity maturity model certification for 2 years, the piece they leave out is the majority bit. Well, I don't really need to do that. I can just stand my program up by X date and I'll meet the requirement. So where does that fall down if you're focusing on maturity? Wait, you told me that you knew what cyber CMMC was, so this 15 minutes was not necessary. Why is nobody telling me? Okay, I'm messing with you here, okay. Nobody get mad at me. So why don't you have the answer to that question? Hello, I'm still waiting for an answer. Okay, this is supposed to be entertaining. Yes. Why is it that you think you can stand up a program? What's the fallacy of thinking you can stand up a program at the last minute to meet a compliance date from DoD if there's a focus on maturity? Thank you. You have to have a demonstrated program, like quality and lean and everything else, by which you have an audit program. You've demonstrated over time how you've looked at your program. Have you analyzed your policies and procedures? You go back and you make adjustments to those. You have those corrections documented. You make that process improvement over time. And that's the maturity piece of it that many people overlook. Anyway, too much time on that slide. Thank you, though, for letting me know that you were brave enough to raise your hand. Okay, so if you've been following this closely, then you know that there are 4 CMMC third-party assessing organizations that are approved, are cleared to conduct audits. Okay, so why aren't they conducting audits in Indiana? That was a question. What? Why aren't any C3POs conducting audits in the state of Indiana? No, because there's an internal review at DoD. And so although they've been approved, there are no companies who are authorized to go out and start conducting those audits. And so that's 4 against a defense industrial base of how many companies? 300,000 plus, okay? That pool of C3PAOs is gonna have to get significantly bigger for this whole CMMC thing to work, right? The licensed publishers are approved though. They're starting to generate the exams now. They said 30 days, and then those examinations will be applied to more practitioners, like yourself, will be able to go out and do those. If you're interested in the CMMC updates, they have a monthly town hall meeting. I'm going to talk more about the DoD internal review that's underway. And I also want you to know that that there is, for small businesses in Indiana, we do have funding resources that are available to help them get started, but there'll never be any funding resources from any organization that's going to take a company all the way from 0 to level 3. Level 1, different story. Level 3, no. All right, so when I talk to small businesses, this is kind of the opening slide of summary of where they need to be, which is you have to have a system security plan. If you don't have a system security plan, you can't even start to upload a score to where? That's a question. What is SPURS? Supplier Performance Risk System, right? That this is, most of the contracts that are coming out now have that middle clause in there, the DFARS clause 7020. 7020 says, among many other things, it says that you have to have your score loaded to SPURS, Supplier Performance Risk System, before the contracting officer can award you a contract, or what? Before the contract can be delegated from a prime to a subcontractor. Additionally, they have to verify that the score has been uploaded. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to skip the rest of that stuff. Okay, internal review. Internal review is underway. It started back in March. It was only supposed to take 30 days. It's still ongoing. Change of administrations, et cetera, et cetera. The DASD, Jesse Salazar, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Industrial Policy, says that there's 3 priorities, and I'm going to dive into what those 3 priorities are. It says managing cost, regulatory policy and contracting requirements, and reinforce trust and confidence in the maturing CMMC ecosystem. All right, so now we'll get to more questions. I feel like we're not really being interactive here. Am I asking you too hard of questions? But you told me you knew what CMC was, and I was wasting my time telling you about the maturity model after people talking to you about it for 2 years, right? All right. Okay, so one of the things that DASD, how much time do I have left, Morgan? 5 minutes. DASD says that we want to manage the cost for small business, and many politicians have said that that's going to be an outcome of the internal review. So think about this for a minute. What is it that can be changed while still maintaining effectiveness, given your knowledge of the 130 security controls in CMMC? What is it that can be eliminated and still remain effective? That's rhetorical. You don't have to answer that one. So what if the speculation is we're just going to dump CMMC and just go back to NIST 800-171, the control of unclassified information in non-federal systems, just drop back down to those 14 families, those 110 controls. Would that do anything? How would that change the cost to small business? Now, remember, small business, no budget, 110 controls or 130 controls. What is it in that delta of 20 controls that's going to significantly change the cost to small business? Did anybody say SIM? Somebody going to argue with the point that if you took out SIM, it would significantly change the cost to small business? Anybody want to argue the point? All right, this room is full of cyber professionals. Anybody want to argue that point? Okay, let's go to the next one. The other thing that DASD Salazar said is to clarify the contracting policy. Well, right now, and this slide's about a year old, right? The latest information that we received was the way, because when a contract comes out, not every performance element within a DoD contract is supposed to be performed at the same CMC level, right? It could be a level 3 for some elements at the system level, perhaps, and then maybe a bracket only has to be level 1. But how do you decide? Well, the way this is supposed to work is there's a negotiation between the prime and the contracting officer about what components need to be at level 3 and what components need to be at level 1 or whatever, right? Well, how can a contracting officer effectively say to the prime, well, no, these 5 should be at level 1, So there's a negotiation that goes back and forth there. Well, it adds time to the contracting officer and the contracting process. Really, I mean, they're going to kind of have to accept the recommendation from the prime. And then, oh, by the way, once it's decided between the prime and the contracting officer, then the prime and the second tiers and below have to ensure that the subcontractors are at that level before the contract goes down. So you can, DASD Salazar, you can see where he's making a point on that one. There can be some cleanup here. This could be a little cumbersome. All right, then the last thing that he said in that release was reinforce trust and confidence in the maturing CMMC assessment ecosystem. Was anybody on the last town hall meeting with the CMC accreditation body besides me? Anybody? That's because they hold them at 6 p.m. No. All right. So it's a 1-hour meeting once a month. They spent at least 20 to 25 minutes in that last session. So almost half the meeting just going through the various integrity allegations, conflict of interest allegations that have been made against the prior CMC AB members. And I didn't really get it until I went back and I saw Jesse Salazar's statement. I was like, oh, this is really an issue, really a problem. And so I understand why now they spent so much time reviewing those conflict of interest items. All right, so I'm at my funding sources and wrap up, and I suppose I probably have just a minute or two left, which is good. So how is it if small businesses don't have this in their budget? Purdue MEP, we have a couple of different funding sources that we're using to supplement. One of those is brand new. We're in the last stages of processing a grant from Indiana Economic Development Corporation, PTAC, in order to get some significant funds to help at the CMMC level 1 only for defense industrial based companies, right? An assessment and potentially full implementation for level 1 for DIB. That's a big step for IEDC/PTAC, and really appreciate them doing that. I don't know of any other state that's doing the same thing for DIB companies, small DIB companies at level 1. So that's good. The Indiana Defense Industrial Base Capability Accelerator Program, we're working now. It's not just cybersecurity, it's across the board, supplemental funding as much as $20,000 per company in the area of lean, quality, cyber, advanced manufacturing training, wide area workflow, ITAR, whatever it takes to make that small business a stronger company within the defense industrial base. That money can be applied to. See Michael D's in the back of the room. And, you know, most importantly, when we talk to small businesses about cyber is, you know, regardless of whether there's an internal review ongoing, and the point that I was trying to make earlier, you know, in a somewhat sarcastic way, is that there is a significant amount of change that's going to happen regardless of the outcome of the internal review, and you should press forward now. And that's the point that we make with them continuously. Questions? Yes, sir. Yeah, so the question is what's the cost of a CMC level 1 assessment? George Bailey, my colleague over there, and his colleagues, they do assessment, a level 1 assessment in a day. It's 2 to 3 hours of training, education, looking at their systems, perhaps doing a scan of the systems, and then they go back and prepare the documentation that's required, SSP, POAM, help them upload the score. So it's 1 day. And so, you know, at a retail rate, you know, Purdue's retail rate is $2,000 a day. So that's why that funding slide is so important for small business. Now, if we can absorb 75% of that cost or all of it, you know, it's pretty good. And as far as implementation goes, in 3 days or so for most small businesses, George and the group can get an implementation done. And so any Purdue day is a $2,000 day. Why are you laughing at that, Steve? That's a lot. Is that a lot? Steve's saying that's a lot of money, but that's why we have funding. Almost 2 years ago, there was a authorization that passed in Congress for DoD to provide money to manufacturing extension partnerships to help with implementation of cybersecurity. That never went to appropriation. So to answer your question directly, the only money that's being directly applied to small businesses to help them comply is grant money that we go out and get. And it ranges, the amount of help that we can provide varies. Like with IDCAP, we're paying 75% of an assessment. So if it's a $10,000 assessment, a company only pays $2,500. The point that I'm trying to make is that if you're going to level 3, in nominal terms. Getting to level 3 is $100,000 investment nominally. And it's at least a year of work. And Gene's opinion is that there is no element of the federal government that's going to substantially underwrite that investment. But I'm just a submariner, so. Yes.
Has there been any discussion of having folks, having small businesses see if they will gather
that two good questions. Okay, so prime contractor. Who works for a prime contractor in this room? Thank you, TriStar. He wants to add to his overhead rates to pay for cybersecurity. What's your response? Just give it to him straight. Now, the federal government's telling you to bring your rates. I'm in a humorous way, I'm trying to give you the blowback that I get from small businesses when I go and I tell them what what Nate just suggested. And the response is that the primes are getting pressure from DOD, the federal government, to stabilize, reduce, maintain rates, bring rates down. Primes are now giving that pressure to smalls, and smalls don't have the room to load that into their overhead rates. Gary Neidig, do you disagree? Okay, Gary is if you didn't hear him earlier, a small business owner, significant small business owner in Northern Indiana. I did not hear him say that he was being allowed to raise his overhead rates. Did you hear him say that? Okay. Any other questions? All right, well, don't forgive me, right? I was trying to be a bit entertaining. It's not really not that harsh of a scenario. We're working on it, working it every day, and I appreciate your attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's all.
All right, now we have Greg West, Director of Cyber at Mantech.
No, I'd bring it. Hi, good afternoon. This is probably a little more improv. I am the cyber guy, but what we were talking about, we started this morning, we talked about hurdles in cyber education. How do we get the right skill sets and things into the workforce? And then, what they were asking me to come up here and talk about it is, you've got the prime contractor and you've got your small business subs. And along with CMMC is you've got a pass down, I guess. And the government puts out a statement of work, and you pick it up or you go to bid on this work. And within this work, it has task orders and it has designations for what the qualifications for this skill set needs to be. And if it's cyber and it's DOD, it is part of the cybersecurity workforce, now the 8140, I believe. And Crane actually has an awesome young man, Mr. Bruff, and he works very hard to help contractors and even the government alike build and manage the cybersecurity workforce. The challenge is that, we've talked with 1150 and Vincent's and things, is those requirements are fed down, and it's very difficult because you're looking at a requirement or maybe a security plus with 5 years experience and a bachelor's degree. And believe it or not, that's hard to come by, especially when you start trying to break it apart and do some different things. Or you can find a person that maybe has the skill set, they don't have Security Plus. They've got a bachelor's degree in some science or math related field. So you can, the Navy Cool site breaks it down a little more, but it also makes it a little more depressing because it throws in some additional requirements. And if you get one of those types of contract leads, it becomes very hard to staff. And that is becoming the challenge because as a prime, and you pick your subs and you pick your partners based on the balance of what they bring to the table. And, you know, you can't have too many, but you need to have a balance and you need to be able to share that workload and give the subs appropriate positions that they can staff and that the customer gets a quality person, but the small business is also able to manage having that person. And that is where all of this starts to come down, because if you have just that basic concept, Security Plus bachelor's degree in 5 years, that is probably one of the most common job descriptions for Crane in the cybersecurity workforce. And at any given time, you couldn't find 3 or 4 of them. If you go to Muscatatuck and you come from their Cyber Academy, they come out with Security Plus and they come out with an associate's degree. Well, it's very difficult if they don't at least have the bachelor's degree to go back to the customer and say, hey, we strongly believe we can develop this person, because the customer doesn't necessarily have any wiggle room with the sponsor to get to the documented talent set. So that is becoming the challenge. And what we're trying to do now is look outside of cyber for candidates. Find candidates with the right personality, the right initiative, the ability to learn. Maybe they have a bachelor's degree in something else, and bring those people to the table and invest in them to get them to the certification level. And you have to build that workforce. And we're sitting here and we're looking at this, and Crane's recognized this hardship for a long time. Crane has a contract that I'm not part of in any way, shape, or form. But it's very challenging for anybody to staff it because it has so many positions and they all have the requirements of being part of the cybersecurity workforce. And we just don't have that capacity in this region. And therefore, as a prime or as a sub, when you're going through and you're working with your customer and your things and you're getting your evals with your customer and things, a lot of the times you're getting beat up on those PARS reports and things because you can't fill the vacancies. So that's what we're trying to get to. I think that's the whole purpose of the meeting here today, and trying to figure out how we can work together as primes and subs and education venues and certifications. How do we start to bring the people in? How do we give Crane or any other customer the quality of person that they need for cyber? How do we get them there? How do we maintain it at a cost that is going to work for the customer? You know, obviously Crane's not sitting over here and you know, they don't have endless buckets. They've still got to do their mission, and they've got a budget, and they have their staffing, and that's what passes to us. So it's obviously a domino effect, and you know, we're at the bottom. We got to start trying to solve it here, because if we're successful, Crane's successful, and the cycle goes and comes back around. I will use an example. Mr. Hardman wouldn't have been there, but years ago at TriStar, they had a little bit of forward vision, and they did take a step, and they actually took a group of people and they invested and they built them into a workforce and a cybersecurity workforce. And those people now have been around in the Crane environment, and a majority of them still with TriStar for over a decade. That works, but you have to have that investment. You have to be able to have that money to put in there. And sometimes that's just not there. It's not left in overhead or something to do that, to be able to bring a person in and get them through a certification. And sometimes the people don't pass the certifications the first time. So you're now consuming additional cost. You know, the government long ago, I don't know how long ago it was, but used to be the government would actually reimburse you for some of the certifications and things. And a lot of that now has moved. They now have that requirement. a young person's coming in, they're going to have an interim clearance, they're going to have a drug test, and they're going to have the cybersecurity quals. And that's a lot of burden to do. And that's where, as a prime, you have to work with your subs and make sure that you are giving them positions that are manageable and profitable for them. Because if you don't, then we end up with a shortage of subs, or you don't get to attract new customers and new talent into the marketplace, because as a prime, you have a responsibility to want to be marketable with a sub. And at Mantech, we do work very hard at that. I spend a lot of time with our subs, either helping them develop their cyber programs and their training so that they are better aligned with what we're doing as a partner, or helping them understand where they need to be as they're coming into this market and understanding the shortages and things, because we don't necessarily have the same hurdles as Dahlgren or other markets that they're in. As a sub, what you need to be doing is, as you go into negotiations with your prime, you need to go in with kind of your base template. These are the types of skill sets we bring to the table. These are the levels that we operate at. And, these are the charges that we need to be at to be profitable, and bring that to the table so that when you start building your cost structure and your staffing plans and things, you're not cutting yourself out. You're not bleeding on the table just to get in the door. It is very tricky. And because of the limited amount of resources we have in people, we drive the cost up. If you look around this room, a lot of the people in here, again, have worked for the different companies all across this room. And what happens is, because you have to go rob your neighbor to get talent, you get kind of a black eye with your neighbor. That's not necessarily a good way to do business, but you also pay more to get them, because majority of them are not unhappy where they are, but people will come to new opportunities or come for opportunities. A lot of times in cyber, a person that's in a role, it's very difficult if you have them on board to elevate them. It's difficult to get them from that cyber engineer one that you hired them in the gate. They didn't have a lot of experience. They had one cert. You've now invested in them for 2 or 3 years. You've moved them up to a cyber 2 or 3, but it's very hard for you to be competitive with what your neighbor can pay for a cyber 3. Because if you've maintained that contract, and you're doing your due diligence to be a good servant to your customer, then you don't necessarily have that. So that person moves on, and we create that churn cycle. So, when you're going in and you're doing these negotiation things, keep all those things in mind. If you are going in on a 3-year contract and you have people that are going to be engineer 1s, plan for them to be your engineer 3s by the end of the contract. Because whether you win your recompete or not, as a prime or a sub, in the end, yes, we're all in business. We're all here to win contracts and make money, but the true end state is supporting the customer. And if you can leave people intact, if you have built a strong cyber workforce, that the goal is cybersecurity for the nation. So go in with those plans. Go in with the idea that Bobby or Susie is going to go and grow, and you're going to invest in them, and hopefully you get to retain them. But they may leave and you may get to pick somebody else up to replace them. But go to the table with that in mind, because if you don't, you'll end up trying to figure out how you're cutting into your overhead. Your percentage gets down to 3 and 4%, and now you're losing money, and you still want to do things right by the prime. You want to do things right by the customer, but there's no longer any money in it. And then you don't have an interest in being in the market anymore. And that's not good for primes. Just recently we were meeting with a small business on Crane, and the gentleman was kind of expressing that he gets frustration with primes, large business primes, because if you award something to a large business prime, we have a responsibility to bring in small business. That's what we should be doing as partners. And I don't get the idea, I can't speak for anyone, including Mantech. I don't get the idea that happens the way that they would like to see it, the way that Crane would like to see it. So I took that as a goal that, you know, if we are looking at cyber work, if we are looking at partnerships, then I want to go find these small businesses. I was pretty excited, and I'll probably butcher the name, Vericom. Never heard of them, not at all. But two people I know went to work there, and it wasn't very hard for me to say they're new. But new is probably good. If Crane thinks they can do the job, and Crane's going to give them that opportunity, go do it. Because hopefully now we have a new small that's going to be around Crane for a long time. And that creates a little bit of diversity. And, you know, in this market, you have a few bigs and a few smalls that have historically been partners. And it's very difficult for a small to break away from that relationship and not hurt feelings and things like that. And I think the more smalls we can bring in, then that becomes less of a personal attachment. You know, because if a small has to become beholden to any large, I think it stifles them. I think it stifles both parties. But it all comes down to, where do we find this talent pool? How do we afford this talent pool? How do we maintain this talent pool? And how do we do all of these things while keeping the integrity of the project, supporting the customer, supporting the worker with benefits and care and feeding and growth? And I think everybody in the room is still trying to figure that out. It's decades old. And the problem is cyber's a moving target. So you never get to a yardstick to where everybody's getting compensated correctly or benefits correctly or trained to where they need to be. That's just where I stand and what I'm looking to do. I'm working now with a couple different entities, and we are going to start investing back into the community, not just as Mantech to try and grow a Mantech cyber force, but we are going to try and invest back into the community to start growing the interest in cyber in this region, and try to get some of the talent and things that's here to come back to here or to stay here and become part of Crane and the contractor population, to keep Crane growing and keep the new work coming here and the leading edge technology here. And that's going to take us bringing in these people and getting them into the marketplace and putting them into a place that's fair and that we can grow them. I think that's really all I've got. Does anybody have any questions? So good question. So how far can we go to help either a prime or a sub to a prime right now, or a potential sub, someone that meets a lot of your requirements, but maybe they are not as strong as they need to be with their training or their cyber portfolio, or potentially the work has. We won't use necessarily CMMC, but I mean, everything's ANA, RMF, right? Same structure, same requirements when you start drawing it out. And surprisingly, that is a hard field, and there's not formal training for it. You know, you can bring a student out of any one of these programs and they've never heard of the risk management framework, but you can sit down with a sub, with their CIO or with their technology advisor, and you can say, these are the skill sets. These are the resources. How do we help you understand this work so that you can either train the cyber staff that you have? You know, helping them identify that there are resources out there that are at no cost, and we can get them and their employees up to a level of performance so that they come in the gate. Not only are they more competitive with us, but they're more competitive going forward and the customer gets a better end product. And that doesn't take, that's not necessarily a financial investment from you as a prime. It's a mentoring opportunity to grow a sub that's going to, in the future, bring capability back to you. And that's where you get it, because potentially those are people that you will latch on to as SMEs later on. So for us, we do offer that. We will work with you on A&A. We will work with you on high performance, small form factor computing, edge computing, wireless, digital twinning, MBSE, to get you to where you want to be. That may or may not be that you partner with us in that next endeavor. But I have yet to ask permission to help someone and Mantech say no. Any other questions? I guess that's it. That's it for me, Heath. Thank you. Yes, sir.
All right. Tracy Barnes, CIO, State of Indiana.
Thank you. All right, let me start this off pretty bluntly. And it sounds like a lot of federal contractors here versus state contractors. Our state contracts have at least 3 less zeros than federal contracts. So hopefully that doesn't turn people off, but we are absolutely always looking for good vendors and partners to work with us at the state. As Heath mentioned, my name is Tracy Barnes. I serve as the state CIO. I've been in this position since March of 2020, so just about 19 months. I'm very excited to be down here today and hopefully give you all some perspective if you're interested in working with the state, partnering with the state, if you're a current vendor to the state, and just understanding a few of the changes that we're making to try and improve our cybersecurity footprint from a vendor and contract and procurement standpoint, but also would make an assumption or hope that a lot of you are residents of the state and see the perspective from that side as well as citizens to understand the things we're doing to try and get better control of and understanding of the data and various systems that we have in place across the state. The real quick question I was asked is the state adding cybersecurity requirements into contracting, and what is the state's current plan and what is the future? And I mean, a quick and simple answer is yes, absolutely. We realize and understand the complexities and the problems and challenges that are faced in trying to fight this battle that is much bigger than any of us can tackle on our own. But if you understand the way our state structure is set up, I serve as a director of the Office of Technology. We have a sister agency called the Indiana Department of Administration, which somewhat looks like, from a federal perspective, what GSA looks like, where they do a lot of the facilities management and contracts and procurement management for the state as well. But besides the two of us, there are over 100+ state agencies. Those agencies have historically had a lot of their own direction and guidance in how they move forward with procuring contracts, procuring software systems and solutions, hardware purchases, insourcing, outsourcing, things of that nature. And since I have come into my position, one of the priorities I gave the governor when we talked about how we need to move tech forward for the state was the realization that technology cannot simply be a part of the end conversation. We have to be much more engaged and strategic at the beginning of that conversation. So that's been a long and rough road. Like I said, my first day on my job was Monday, March 16th. And if everybody remembers that day, that night was the night the governor sent everybody home to work from home for pandemic. So I was assuming it wasn't from me or because of me that I never got to meet any of my team for a while, but literally spent the first 12 months in fighting and dealing with COVID and pandemic, remote work from home, unemployment system challenges, contact tracing system, election security challenges, the FireEye, SolarWinds breaching issue, vaccine management. And I will say it wasn't until really about April of this year that I've actually had the chance to sit back and say, okay, what have we learned in these last 12 months? And how do we start to move things forward to actually make that progress and figure out where we take the state and how do we prepare ourselves for true future innovation, future security, and future protection? We look at cybersecurity from a 3-pronged approach. And it's again, technology has not been looked at in a policy perspective in the past at the state level. It has truly been a tool and utility. What we're trying to focus on now is this three-pronged approach here between policy, education, and technology. We know we can't just put tools in place to resolve the problems and that will take care of everything. We also realize that education only goes so far. We want to continue doing that and putting information in front of citizens and individuals and employees across the state, vendors and partners from that side, but also trying to identify ways to both put policy in place, both from an internal management standpoint, as well as an external support and engagement standpoint with our local communities, our business partners, our vendors and such. And so these are the three areas I'll just talk about. Just have a couple slides and I may be able to get us some time back here unless there's a lot of questions. But really the big thing that I wanted to share with you all, from the policy standpoint, this is a new piece that we literally just put in place about 2 months ago, was requirements for cyber risk insurance. Believe it or not, our state contract boilerplate clause listed cyber risk insurance as optional, which made zero sense to me until I saw one and was asked to sign it. And I said, I'll sign this, and it'll be the last time I'll ever sign anything that says this is optional. We now have it as a requirement. So vendors that are working with the state, now keep in mind the state has over 4,000 vendors that we work with on a regular basis, and that goes anywhere from, top of the line tier 1 technology providers to in some cases foster parents show up as vendors because of their payment processing in connection with the state. So there's a lot of work that we have to do and a long way to go, but at least as we go forward, we're trying to make sure that people are seeing this as top of mind and knowing that we are trying to change and increase our posture, at least from a liability and legal standpoint as well. And this has been we've not gotten any pushback at this point. I do envision there'll be some headaches and some challenges we'll have to work through with some level or some class of vendors with the state. But the reality is we know we have to start somewhere, and we have to make, even if it's taking baby steps, we're committed to doing that. The governor is committed to supporting and understanding the challenges that we're facing, and is very supportive of helping make sure we make that progress. One of the other things we're starting to do, for those of you that may work with local governments as well, is making our state contracts a lot more broad in allowing local municipalities and governments to take advantage of the contracts that we put in place. If you think the footprint that we have as a state is small and concerning, just imagine what the local footprint looks like when it comes to contract management, procurement. They have even less dollars than we do. And most of the time, a lot of our rural communities have even less access to resources and expertise to try and take advantage of understanding where they need to be positioning themselves and the types of technologies they need to put in place. So we are getting a lot more aggressive in engaging with our local governments and local municipalities, trying to make sure that if we're buying and procuring something, there's clauses in the contract statements that allow for that product or that tool or that solution to be bought with our state volume pricing at the local government level, in order to, once again, I say this, and if you're not familiar with our state buildings, we have three main state buildings downtown Indianapolis. But the reality that I've tried to get folks to understand is that cybersecurity and protecting the state can't only focus on those 3 buildings. It has to be a statewide approach. It has to be a collaborative footprint. And so I can't consider myself successful if I still have local municipalities and governments that have access to my backbone that are still at a much lower posture and lower level. So we're trying to figure out that balance between how do we get them and their posture raised without taking ownership of the local government footprint and technology, but definitely making sure that we have tools available for them to improve their understanding and their capabilities and such. One of the other big pieces that we also just changed in the state boilerplate contract language is mandatory cyber breach reporting for all vendors. And this is not just for technology vendors. We talk about, I think one of the guys mentioned earlier about like the hack situation, the data breach situation that went on at Target, right? It was a third-party vendor managing their air conditioning and heating system through remote tools and technologies. We're no different. I mean, our buildings are, like a lot of federal buildings, we're open to the public, right? It's the people's house. So at any given time, we have people walking the halls. We have janitorial services, elevator services, and these guys and individuals have access to equipment, to rooms, to network ports and things of that nature. We want to know when you have an incident. We want to know when you have a problem so that we can start to remediate from our side if we need to quarantine, if we need to have more calls to understand the types of vectors that you were experiencing, and really trying to make sure that what was going on with that attack was not actually targeted towards the state. Hopefully that, not hoping that any vendor is getting tagged and targeted, but if so, then hopefully it stays at that end and they weren't looking for an avenue or gateway to try and get into the state's footprint, because we have a very broad swath of services that covers a lot of personal data, a lot of protected data, a lot of healthcare data, a lot of financial data, a lot of data, period, that we don't want compromised either as well. From a technology side, we are starting to as well get ourselves from the Office of Technology very engaged in the application systems that our agencies are starting to procure and are continuing to procure. As I said earlier, this has been a really new space for us. We truly operated more like a utility, right? So think about Comcast with its brick and mortar bandwidth and power. But the realization of the threats, the areas of compromise, the vulnerabilities that applications and the front end of the systems are making to our back end, we're trying to get ourselves more engaged in that front end footprint to say we're going to make vendors go through some security questionnaires, some security validations, code scans and reviews, understanding of the way their footprint is going to be created, whether it's an on-prem or cloud solution, the different cloud providers they're acting and engaging with. And we're going to be positioned to provide a true final authority to operate, to say whether or not this system goes online, and if so, to what capacity, internal, public, and what levels of security requirements are going to be put in place. We don't have the same footprint to say, we look at FedRAMP. There's a new tool that's or product or solution service that's coming around called StateRAMP, which is somewhat similar to FedRAMP. A few states have come on board with taking advantage of it. We have not at this point. We're still watching and monitoring to see the progress and maturity that it makes. But we all know, and me and my counterparts of the other 53 states and territories are regularly talking about what vendors are providing what, how they're providing it, the types of activities and tools that are being used at their sites. If we're considering some solutions, almost every time we reach out to our counterparts to understand what issues or recommendations they may have to understand that footprint. So while we don't have a formal state level certification, there's definitely a lot of state collaboration and conversation going on to determine whether systems are being taken advantage of, or whether service providers are serious about security and serious about the inclusion and connection with the state technology teams and agencies that they're supporting and providing. And then lastly, we talk about increased security controls and accreditations for vendor managed systems, SOC compliance, things of that nature. I just talked about the FedRAMP, StateRAMP opportunity, really trying to increase the overall connection with our central Office of Technology and the front facing, user engaged, citizen facing tools and solutions that a lot of you may deal with on a personal basis. But we're trying to make, we still have, like I said, a vaccine management system in 30 days and a contact tracing system in 2 weeks. Not the best way to validate and confirm security and vet and make sure that things are protected and that all due diligence has been done. But a good opportunity for us to learn from where we did have to make shortcuts, where we absolutely went back and done some remediation, identifying ways that we can move quickly and still ensuring some level of protection and security and comfort. My CISO, who reminds me on a daily basis, is Tracy, it's all about the risk. So it's not a matter of saying, hey, you can't do it. It's a matter of what am I risking if I am going to decide to let you move forward and let an agency put a system in place. I mean, literally, I would have been here earlier today, was stuck on a call dealing with a system that is currently compromised. It's a fairly small system with a big impact, no personal data. But it's a situation where a vendor, it's about an 8-year-old system, a different vendor took it over about 3 years ago. And at 3 years, they've never done a code scan of that system. Those are the types of things that, I say respectfully, out of the 100+ agencies, the majority of them are very program and mission focused. They're focused on transportation. They're focused on child services. They're focused on local government. They're focused on, you know, our arts commission, our rural affairs, our office of tourism. That's where we can come in and where we're going to be getting more aggressive and being involved in those conversations to make sure that certain questions are being asked, certain vendors are being tested and vetted and validated, certain information is being gathered before we just say that we're going to accept this contract, we're going to accept this system and start to roll out a new tool or technology without any understanding of the perspective of where those, what access and what problems and vulnerabilities those tools may have. So it would, if you're interested in state contracting and working with the state, I would absolutely say connect with me. Again, the dollar amounts aren't as big, but the consistency and the support and definitely the impact is always just as substantial. That's a lot of what has put me in the place that I'm in, to say, I love what I'm doing and I love what I'm able to give back. And I love seeing the direct output of our footprint as such. I'm not going to get into a lot of, I mean, this is a good slide of just some of the overall places and perspective of where we're going. I mean, the biggest piece I'll say down in the bottom left there, the baseline, vendor monitoring and compliance is a very new area for us, especially when we talk about centralized vendor monitoring and vendor management from a true central technology standpoint. Has not been done at the state level. It's been up to the agencies, which again, some of them do a great job and some of them don't. And it's, I think, our footprint and our responsibility and our capabilities that say, with what we're looking at from a broader perspective, how can we help them, enable them, and provide much more of an enterprise view and perspective for the overall growth and expansion of the state. And just lastly, this is the real future to me. I talk about this a lot in other engagements that I've spoke at. Whole of state cybersecurity. If you've not heard the phrase, you've not heard the term, almost every one of my peers, we're talking about it and addressing it and trying to address it on a federal congressional level, and a lot of policy at that side, trying to find ways to get more grants and funding in the government space to increase cybersecurity for states and local governments. But it's about making sure from border to border, top to bottom, left to right, our citizens, communities, partners, and vendors all have an understanding and an expectation and a goal. We have had a lot of success this year in advancing and increasing overall awareness of cybersecurity. This past session, we were able to spearhead and pass one of the first legislative bills that truly focused on cybersecurity. It's now House and Road Act 1169, which requires local governments merely to report to my office when they have a cyber incident. It's about information sharing and awareness. It's not about us coming in and trying to resolve and remediate the problem. We absolutely have some resources and can help do that where it makes sense, but it's about us trying to understand where the problems are at, where the issue and the vulnerabilities are at. You know, if I was to go to our legislature and say, hey, I need X million dollars to try and help resolve this problem in our local areas, they're going to ask me to validate and verify what that X million is going to cover and who's it going to go to, and for how long will that money be able to provide some levels of support. Right now, we don't know. We don't know what the impact is. We don't know the volume of incidents that are happening. We don't know the types of vectors and types of issues that communities are having, that municipalities are having, that we could be able to find ways to try and find funding and find support on. So this has been a big one for us, and I will expect that you will see more from our governor over this next session regarding our increased footprint and awareness of cybersecurity and our commitment to trying to expand the footprint from the state and be more supportive and more engaged from top to bottom to help continue fighting this problem. So with that, I'll wrap up and just ask if there are any questions about state contract. Yes, sir. So there's two current resources that exist, right? Our Department of Homeland Security, there's the State Homeland Security Grant Program that does require about 7.5% of that funding to go to to local communities and local governments and local municipalities. It's a bit of a competitive annual grant program. We usually do get a good 20 to 30 local communities, mostly counties, that are requesting funds, whether it's for some hardware refresh, firewall refresh, things of that nature. But it's not a big number. It's not a big footprint of numbers, not a big footprint of funds. We also have, and we have been building, I also co-chair the state's Indiana Executive Council on Cybersecurity, the IECC. On that side, we have a lot of resources of toolkits and for small businesses as well, not just government, very focused on across the spectrum there. Privacy policies, employment policies, data protection policies, cyber awareness policies that small businesses can take advantage of to help build their posture as a business and as an entity as well. And we're also working with, I think you mentioned, with IEDC to try and find other areas, the state's Economic Development Corporation, to find other areas where we can continue expanding that footprint. Luckily, we were able to put a small amount of money, which they've never given me an actual number, but in the budget this past session, based on some of the American Rescue Plan funds to make available for cybersecurity. We're still working with the governor's office to determine where we put that funding at and how we go about either just distributing that to local governments, or if we put programs in place at the state level to enable them, whether it's through education, phishing simulations and exercises, just some of the basic things, right? Is we can't resolve the entire problem, but hopefully we can at least help you understand where there are issues at and where there's opportunities. We are finalizing that as we speak. Definitely NIST standards, trying to figure out, like I said, because vendors have such a broad swath of responsibility at the state, what's practical without being creating an operational impossibility for them to be able to work with the state and provide the services. You can rest assured, I mean, the governor and our director of child services would go ballistic if I put something in place that impeded the ability for foster parents to continue serving as a vendor and helping take care of kids. And so it's trying to figure out that balance as to where we set standards, set expectations, and set that standard without being over cumbersome and overburdensome on their responsibility. So our maturity is new. We have about 30 resources in our security team, but we're aggressively looking to expand that footprint. And that understanding of what we need to be doing, working with universities. We've had a lot of good conversation with the folks at Purdue and the CyberTAP on that side. IU and their teams as well. Definitely continuing to expand our relationships as well. Because again, it comes back to that whole of state approach that we can't do it. I know we can't do it on our own, and we can't do it without the support of our local organizations and such. So. Well, thank you all for your time and hope you enjoyed your day.
Nate Husted, cyber scientist, NSWC Crane.
Thank you very much, sir. Howdy, folks. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. So I am NSWC Crane's chief scientist for cyber and electromagnetic warfare technologies. Big mouthful there. But the important part is here to talk today about cyber engineering. And while I am a scientist, don't worry, the only difference in the government between an engineer and a scientist is an engineer has a semester of differential calculus. So should be okay there. So the theme that I really want to have solidified in this talk that hopefully we come out with, because we've mentioned the topic of compliance a lot today. We've mentioned engineering earlier. We've certainly mentioned a lot of our cyber standards we have out there. And so I think the theme of this talk is compliance keeps you out of jail, but it does not keep you off the front page of the Washington Post. And for those who are unaware, in the government, at least on the cybersecurity side, many times we like to think about the Washington Post test. So if what you do gets you on the front page of the Washington Post, don't do it. Now, before I get into too many details, there is going to be a number of DoD acronyms, DoD policy, and all that lovely stuff. So while it is the end of the day too, this will hopefully get folks a little energized. So I was hoping to get a bit of a show of hands in the audience to get an idea of what you all may be familiar with. And then I will tell you all a little bit about myself. So has there been anybody in here who has worked or staffed ISSM positions at all in the government? Okay. Anybody familiar with RMF, the risk management framework in general? How about as implemented by the DoD? Okay. Wow. Yeah. Okay. And how many people are familiar with the wonderful process known as DoD acquisitions? Okay. So we'll go into a little bit of those in depth, but to give you a little idea of why I am up here. So I have a history at both IU and Purdue. In fact, I see my old department chair there from the IUPUI days, and it's been a while. So I did undergrad at IUPUI, computer information technology, and then ended up at IU getting my PhD in informatics. So wonderfully, I never lose an oak and bucket game. So I've been at Crane now since 2015. Time has flown. And prior to that, did a little bit of stint in industry back when Cigital was around. So some of you may know Cigital, of which, BSIM fame. So I still have dreams about the BSIM. I've spent enough time talking with Gary and crew there. So for the Navy, I've been all over the place prior to this. And where this talk, the ideation of this talk came from was providing the management and development of a cyber program for what I have been told will eventually become an ACAT 1C, which I believe is DoD speak for lots and lots of money. An ACAT 1C program. And before that, I did a little stint at ONR as a program officer, standing up the expeditionary cyber portfolio there at ONR. So I've tried to work at least both ends of the spectrum. Anyway, didn't come here to listen to me talk about myself all afternoon. And of course, I am standing in the way of happy hour. So I'll start getting right to the point. So Navy programs, I like that we've already had this conversation a little bit earlier. Navy programs are also a lot like small businesses, mid-sized businesses, or large businesses, depending on the size of their budgets. And very similarly, I think to what we heard from the state of Indiana is just like their departments, a lot of our acquisitions programs, they're focused on the mission. Awesome. That's great. Cybersecurity just happens to be a portion of that isn't always apparent, because if you don't have the ability to maintain mission readiness, can't perform the mission. So this is challenged too by the fact that on the government side, my understanding is around the 80s, there was a bit of a change in culture for the government no longer doing a bulk of its engineering, and now private industry does a lot of the engineering, and government oversees many of the contracts and the processes of that engineering, which they call the DoD's acquisitions framework, and all the DFARS contracting and all this wonderful stuff that those in private industry may see in their business process. But at the root of that, what it really comes down to in DoD acquisitions and all that DFARS stuff, all it's really telling you about is how to write contracts such that they are legal, enforceable, and you can actually work towards them. And at the heart of that is requirements. And so these requirements, they never quite tell you how to write them, but they say they need to be testable or derived to a testable requirement, and they need to have shall in them. And that's sort of to the level I've ever gotten a good explanation of how do you write a requirement? And you'd think the lawyers would say, well, here's the Mad Libs for writing good requirements. It's the closest I've gotten is Dr. Ray Richards, a very, very smart guy who's about done at DARPA, decided, you know what? I need to have a DARPA program to figure out how to write cybersecurity requirements. So to give you an idea, yeah, cyber's a DARPA hard problem, literally. That program actually has done some really cool stuff and inspired a little bit about what we're going to talk about here. You can view this as kind of the baby steps towards that direction. But here's the important thing about requirements as they exist in DoD acquisitions. And I think this is also going to be applicable for any of your organizations or any of those who work for very large businesses that have system engineering aspects to them. So the government isn't the only place that drops all that money on systems engineering. I'm informed Boeing does as well, a number of other airline makers. I'm sure major other industrial manufacturers should be following the same process. So the important thing about requirements in acquisition and systems engineering is that's how you ask for money. And that's the real important thing. So if you have a requirement for something, you can point at it and ask for money. And if somebody says, say an appropriations committee or your resource sponsor says, well, you're not getting that money, you can say, well, then we're not going to meet this requirement. And they get to choose whether that requirement's important enough for them to meet or not. That will become important in a bit. Next, we have testing requirements. So while we have requirements, we can write them in a legally appropriate manner. Then we need to be able to trace them through our process of building this thing and make sure that our system is met. They call this a requirements traceability verification matrix, or RTVM. I will attempt to spell out any acronyms and try and avoid them, as well as quad charts, which is why I don't have PowerPoint slides. So that is effectively a giant Excel spreadsheet with check marks in it saying we've met these requirements. Generally, that Excel spreadsheet may be in something fancier than Excel, but don't always count on that. So then we have something called, after these testing requirements, how do we do that? There's a formalized process. There's something called developmental testing and evaluation and operational testing and evaluation. So developmental testing is you get the folks in lab coats in the lab doing crazy stuff to it. We've got it working. It seems like it'll be good enough to go out to the field. Operational testing, we take it out to our friends at Muscatatuck, because Muscatatuck is this awesome, scary place in Indiana that's an old, the old state school or home, and great operational testing environment because it's like the real world. I mean, take stuff out there. You can fly drones through buildings. It's amazing. Well, those are important because this allows us to know our system meets its requirements and works in a realistic environment. Another cool thing for cyber folks who may want to have policy they can point to in their organizations for good practices for cyber test and evaluation, DOT&E has a guidebook. You can Google search it. It's the DoD guidebook on cybersecurity testing, if I recall correctly. Happy to verify its exact title later, but I don't want to sit up here with my smartphone and double checking my Google search. But it's a really good set of 6 steps. That will also come important later. And then the big thing. What is the big thing whenever anybody talks about cybersecurity in any government acquisitions? RMF. RMF is risk management framework. If you ask NIST, I think if you ask anybody from DoD, it's DIACAP, but they just started calling it risk management framework. In fact, my personal view has been, while I look at the implementation in the DoD, I don't actually see any risk management, because to manage risk, you have to measure risk. And I have yet to find a part in the way it's implemented where we first start measuring risk and thus are able to manage it. What I generally see is a list of controls that everybody must apply to, and it's just making sure we apply the controls, which is great if you want a cyber hygiene program, not if you want to manage your cyber risk. So we still have to do it though. So where does cyber engineering come in? Well, it tries to help, as developed here, kind of fix this giant mess of a bunch of stakeholders and a bunch of interests to give you a clear process so that you don't have to duplicate your work to do an RMF thing and a requirements thing and this other thing. And you have a way to go to the folks who provide you your budget and say, look, I've got these cyber requirements. I need to pay for them. Which one of these do you not want us to do? And here's your risk for not doing that. And it's not me who's going to show up on the Washington Post at that point. So this is actually a very interesting process. And we've attempted to walk through with a large, we've actually worked to implement this with a large organization. And the challenge here, like most cyber problems, is it's generally not, it's not a technical challenge. There's nothing technically difficult about this. We're not proving P equals NP. So for those who are aware, that would break all computing as we know it, and cryptographers would cry, and cats and dogs, et cetera, et cetera. It's the people problem. It's the people side, convincing people, having people do the process. And that, of course, is generally the hardest problem of many of our cybersecurity issues, is that people side. So what does this look like in the giant gobbledygook that is government acquisitions regulations? How would we implement a cyber engineering process? So at the top of our pyramid of requirements, the highest of the high level, is something called DoD 5000.02, which gives us this big high level of here's things you should do when you build a system. The intention of that document was that services and programs would tailor that to their needs. I have yet to see any document from OSD that has ever been tailored by anybody, but that was its intent. But it has a number of two important things there for cyber. It specifically calls out that systems should be survivable and should be resilient. Now, like all things in the DoD, we do have problems of doubling up our definitions many times. So what is resiliency? Well, I like to think of resiliency as random failure. So my building is resilient because I had an earthquake here in my area, and I still have a building. Survivable would be a resistance to targeted failures. So someone set a fire in my building and my fire suppression system worked. So those stem from DoD 5000. Now we actually have what's really cool. We've just found this out. So the Joint Chiefs, I believe this may be this document may also be available, but we have a process called cyber survivability endorsements. And this is just a published process of here's how you generate requirements for survivability. And these things are 100,000 feet level requirements, but they're great as a starting point on the government side. So you combine those survivability requirements, you combine any resiliency requirements, and now from the government side, this is where we go, say, to our friends at Mantech, our friends at CACI, and whomever, and say, hey, here's what we want the system to meet. Now, I'm going to make your job even easier, because now we got to go one level, because you can't build this. Those requirements are so generic, you can drive a bus through them. It's stuff like this, we should be able to reboot this system in 24 hours. I'm like, okay, that's great. This system should encrypt things. Okay, that's good. But obviously the devil's in the details in everything we do. So how do we take those, derive them down? Knowing full well, we still have to do RMF. The information assurance folks are still going to ask us for RMF paperwork, or we're not going to get what is called an authority to operate, which is we can't turn on the system, or an interim authority to test, which is DoD speak for they won't even let us take the system out to a range and test it with nobody around, even though it's completely safe and not connected to a network. So we're still going to have to pass that RMF test. So how do we do this without duplicating effort? Well, this may be a contentious statement, but after coming in with a skeptical eye, I actually generally like a lot of the documents that the RMF people ask you to write up. A system security plan, a cybersecurity strategy. Those are probably things that a mature enough organization should do. And I would think if you are building any large system such that you are already spending money on systems engineering, that should be a relatively easy ask. You should know where your system boundaries are. You should have a good idea of what ports it's using. And in fact, with the systems we have, the fact that if we really wanted to embrace the full modern ways of development, I bet we could pull all that stuff automatically out of our configuration management repository or whatever. But we also have that giant control list, which I don't think anybody likes, and I don't think is generally helpful for anybody, because that's just the huge checklist that you're probably paying some intern to go through, because paying anybody else would just be too expensive, the amount of hours it'd take for them to go through that. But here's what we can do. Government hands you your survivability and resiliency high-level requirements. You trace it back to DOD 5000.02. We have a pretty clear legal means of how that comes down. Then we say, well, look, here's the next easy bit of work, and you're going to have to do this anyway if you're giving us what they call an RMF package. I want you to take those NIST controls, or CCI, what's just one level above them, what they call in that document CCIs. Rewrite those as requirements and put it in your system. Okay. Now you've got cyber requirements. They're still high level, but here's what you can do. You can now go to your subs, you can go to your technical divisions, and you say, here's our requirement for this element of the system. How do you implement that? I need you to give me a requirement that tells you how to implement that. Why is this useful? Well, on the government side, we have been told no detailed requirements. You can't write detailed requirements anymore. You have to write performance requirements. Yeah, well, performance requirements in the cyberspace are stuff like, thou shalt have no buffer overflows. Well, that's not testable unless P equals MP and we can solve the halting problem, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So let the contractor write the detailed cyber requirements, the technical implementations of those, because they should know that already if they're programming the system and designing the system. That should be no surprise to the person who has hands on keyboard. So how do we do all this then? How do we make this happen? First, the big thing, empower the cybersecurity team that's working the RMF documentation. Let them write the requirements. Don't let the development team say, oh, that's too hard. We can't do that. No, you figure out what the requirement is, you put it there. And if you can't meet that in the current form or with the current budget, you say, this is a gap. We will go to our program sponsor and say, this is a requirement gap. This is needed to meet this RMF requirement going all the way up. We will need extra funding to meet this. If you don't want to meet this, then that's an unfunded requirement and we just can't do it. And to do that, we need to have, and I'll sort of finish it up here as my time is shortly running out. I think the biggest contentious thing here, to make this work, we need to have open and honest communication about what is possible and what is not possible. And I think sometimes that is very difficult to do, but I think also very important. It's important to list out those requirements, even knowing full well as you are building something, you can't meet them. Why? Just like, I think this is a great example, just like the recent bill they're passing in Indiana. You can't fund something if you don't know what's not or what is going on. These requirements give you a great way of looking at your system and giving you goalposts as you're building it. It's not the intended output that you are meeting every single one. Certainly that's an objective, but the thresholds that you're tracking it and you can talk to them and hopefully help solve that fundamental problem of, well, how do I get money for cybersecurity in my product? So on that note, hopefully I didn't completely bore you with RMF and DoD acquisitions. I know it is an enlightening topic for everybody. And hopefully that at least provides some, even if not directly applicable to your general process, gives you some ideas on how you can extend parts of the wonderful DoD acquisitions and RMF process into your personal design and workflow for cybersecurity requirements. Thanks.
All right. A heck of a presentation. All right. Last thing of the day before we open it up to the best part of the day, the beer side, the happy hour, getting to chat a little bit. Want to do a couple thanks. Purdue MEP, Purdue CyberTAP for rounding everything up. Chad Horton for running our IT and making sure everything runs well. IT guys never get the love. And Morgan Tavis, who is not Thews, how her name looks, Morgan Tavis, for all the marketing, everything she's done for this event today. So big round of applause for her, the rest of the Purdue team. One last thing, all presentations will be on the WestGate Academy website. So if anyone wants to see anything, it's going to be uploaded there. Give it a little bit, Sam, day or so to get everything uploaded. Awesome. And as I said this morning, thank you all for coming out today. I greatly appreciate it. Good. Beer time.